I declare open this second hearing of the Senate Select Committee on PFAS into the extent, regulation and management of PFAS in Australia. I would like to acknowledge all Aboriginal people and custodians of the Shoalhaven lands on which we meet today and value their long, rich cultural and spiritual connections to the Shoalhaven area. I would also like to pay my respects to elders, both past and present, and extend that respect to other Aboriginal people present here today. For the benefit of witnesses, I am the Chair, Senator Lydia Thorpe, Gunai Gunitjamara Djaparang woman. I am joined in the room today by Deputy Chair Senator Varun Ghosh, Senator Perrin Davey and Senator Peter Whish-Wilson. Senator Brockman and Senator Pratt are joining us remotely, so you'll hear them through the teleconference. So welcome all, particularly the elders who've made the trek today and your resistance on your land, and it's a real honour to have you in the room today. I'd like to thank the Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Council and Wreck Bay community members for welcoming us yesterday and showing us around your beautiful community. We appreciated your generosity. Your insights and experience will contribute immensely to this inquiry. Before we get started, I need to say a few official things, so please bear with me. These are public proceedings being streamed live via the Parliament's website in sound only, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. This means in private, without a recording or a published Hansard transcript. If you want to speak privately, please see Emma or Ben from the Secretariat now. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones, and remember to unmute when you speak. So let's get started. Our first speaker, I now welcome Wreck Bay community members and representatives. If anyone would like more information on the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committees, please speak to Emma or Ben for the Hansard record. Will you please state your full names and where you are from?
Hi, I'm Tamara Mitchell and I'm the CEO of Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Council. 2 years ago, Minister Thistlethwaite came to visit Wreck Bay residents and apologised for the damage done to the land. However, when a community member asked him if they would be doing blood tests on community members, he told them no because it's too expensive. When pressed further, he said it's $500 per community member and it wasn't worth it for them to do it. Over the last couple of years, Wreck Bay have been reaching out to ANU and University of Queensland to undertake our own research and testing on the PFAS levels in community members, so that we can better understand how it reacts to people in the future, especially the grandbabies that are growing up in community today who are around it their whole lives. We need funding to do this. I don't think this is something that Wreck Bay should have to fund ourselves, since we're not the ones that poisoned the land. So we are looking for funding if anyone is able to bring some forward, or even if Defence is able to come to the table and pay for that funding. What would happen is members from community would volunteer to be a part of it, and we would be able to track different groups, members who never grew up in community, members who grew up in community their whole lives, members who grew up in community and then moved away. This way it'll help us understand what PFAS in the community is doing to the bodies. We're told that our water is clean, the ground in Wreck Bay is clean, that only certain parts of Wreck Bay are contaminated. If this is true, then the PFAS levels of the community members would be the same as the PFAS levels of community members living outside the village. But we have no testing done to let us know that this is the case. I've also been speaking to a professor from Denmark where they actually do certain things to PFAS-infected people to reduce their levels. None of this has been brought to community to help us. So we want more information for community members. We can't rely on Defence and everybody else telling us the information. We need to do the testing ourselves to make sure that we know that what they're telling us is correct.
Thank you. So how it works, each person, if you'd like to come forward, if you are speaking, we'll go through those speakers and then the committee can ask a series of questions. So was there anybody else who wanted to come forward and speak? Uncle? Yep.
They were contracted by Defence.
Sorry, could you just, because we need to get everyone's names through that system, could you say your name before you begin?
Maxine Brown. I had the opportunity to work with GHD. They were contracted by Defence to investigate the PFAS contamination on the peninsula. And from the jump, we were told that the PFAS levels are unpredictable. They can't tell what it was 20 years ago, or now, or 40. So what Tamara was saying is that we are different from everybody else that are not in the community living or haven't been. Ours would be higher. And that's it.
Thank you. I might at this point ask the media to go, please. Just so we can get more speakers up.
And
respectfully.
they were sort of poker-faced.
Just
Poker-faced lies.
1 second. We're just waiting for the media to leave and then we can keep yarning.
Well, they'll stick their ear to the door or something out there. But what was also wrong is the way Defence communicated with the members through poker-faced lies. It was just wrong. We knew the layout of the land and where the poison was. They wanted us to believe that it crawled from ground zero all the way up into the drinking supply, and they stuck with it. They wouldn't take responsibility for the water table pollution because they don't have to. The government owns everything that's underground. So, yeah. And as far as the loss of cultural practices go, I think the accountable authority of the council need to speak up and address it.
Thank you. Uncle, did you want to speak next?
Who's next? Down the front?
Just wait for the microphone and then just introduce yourself for the Hansard.
Just give us your name.
My name's Sonny Sims. I'm an elder in the Shoalhaven. I worked for many years for the Shoalhaven City Council on the water department. And prior to Tallowa Dam being built, we had free flow in the river. And where we draw our water from Burry, a pump station there, that goes down about 40 odd foot down into the tunnel, then it draws it in from the river. And But now, since they've done the dam, and the salt water's gone right up the river now, up what we used to call Saltwater Creek. It's gone right up past there now, just below the rapids at Burrier, where they now crush all the river stone into gravel and bring it to town. But you won't find any more oyster spat in the river up from Broughton Creek. So parts of the river is dead here. And also back in 1977, we put the water line from Filter Road water filtration plant up from my house. We constructed that in 1977, took it all the way to the reservoir at Vincentia. Then, at that time, the water was crystal clear. Today, I think if you wash your dog in that water there, I think you get the mange. The water is so contaminated here in the Shoalhaven. And I've seen a lot since I first started with council in September 1964. And I've worked on that water department for many years, up to my retirement. So I've seen change in the river flow, and just recently they've put in a new fish lift at Tallowa Dam, and we only get a flow every so often over there. And when that flow does happen, that's when we can draw water from Burrier Pump Station, then through to Bamarang, then through to Filter Road. So I know the ins and outs of the water scheme here in the Shoalhaven, and I've seen drastic changes over the last 40 to 50 years in my time here.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Yep.
Yeah, son. Getting a workout today.
Back in the early 40s, my grandfather, Joe Sims, and Mr. Jim Chapman dug wells for freshwater Wreck Bay, numerous wells. And there's a plan of that there, shows the map shows where those water wells are. No doubt today they'd be contaminated. And Robert Williams has a copy of that plan of where my grandfather, Joe Sims, and Uncle Jim Chapman dug those freshwater wells.
Thank you.
Have a go. Morning, everyone. My name's Coral Ardley-Uke. I'm from Wreck Bay Community. Thanks for coming down and listening to us talk. But I'm a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother. I try not to get emotional, but it's something that I can't help. I've got my little grannies that have to live on this land that's been poisoned. You know, we see our kids, we grew up with pride in our community. We run everywhere, we ate the berries, you know, from the bushes, all the stuff from the sea. You know, we talk about our community in pride. And we've got our community, because we're a mission. We were stopped with mission managers, stopped, you know, the local practice of practicing their culture, our culture and stuff. So we were denied a lot of that stuff growing up, and things that we know and where we are is what we've learned from our parents and our grandparents. We've got huge families. I'm from a huge family. My mother's sisters, they're all, you know, we've got huge families. So we make up the majority, we actually make up the majority of our community. And so we grew up as a happy time. I see my little grannies, my little great-grannies growing up now, and I'm thinking, you know, what sort of future have they got with our land the way it is? How do we teach them that they can't go and do these things that we done? And, you know, it's hard. It breaks your heart, because we can't allow them to do, you know, just to go to the bush and grab the G-bungs and the, you know, four corners, the different things. And our bush medicine, you know, rub the ferns, and if all the bush medicine we grew up with, the ripgrass and stuff, you know, you can't use a lot of that stuff now because they're contaminated. You know, we're making more damage. But and that's my thing, is what's going to happen in the future. How are they going to sort this problem that we have in our place? What, you know, for our kids? How are they going to? We want our kids to grow up and live the way we grew up. You know, loving their place, enjoying our community. You know, having pride in their place, being able to do the things that we do and what we can show them. But we're restricted in a lot of that stuff. You know, we've gone through a lot of sorry business, you know, in the last few years. More than any community, you know, should be carrying. But we carry that burden. Some people we carry it in silence, but you know, this is about time we've got to get together and start pushing for things, you know, for our kids. That's my biggest issue, is how are we going to make our land beautiful again for our kids.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Annette Brown. I talk on behalf of myself as an individual, but also it overlaps with my work as a chairperson for the Community Council. My concerns, and I recognise the contamination and the high level of contamination we have, but I think what we have to recognise is that contamination's here and is here to stay. My concern is about the future management of that contamination. My concern is the monitoring of our children's health in the community. My concern is that we have to be mindful that it's the Commonwealth territory, but no clear direction from the Commonwealth. We live in a very complicated and complex area, non-self-governing territory with no state government. So the Commonwealth needs to play a strong role in how we manage the future for our community, not only for us now, but for future generations. And I think monitoring the environment, having a formal arrangement with Commonwealth and all the Commonwealth agencies that have responsibility for servicing the territory. And education, I think education will play an important part in the future as we hand down knowledge through the schools and ensuring that that is a part of the curriculum. But the leadership needs to start from the head of government, the Commonwealth itself, and they need to be able to organise a platform where community can sit and talk seriously. We don't want to be fed second-hand information. We need to be at the table monitoring the level of contamination, monitoring the health of our kids, and ensuring that we are a part of that. At this point in time, we aren't. We completely rely on second-hand information, and we need the resources to have that information broken down in a language that is understood by our community. We have scientists that can come down and speak. We have government that come down and speak, but no one speaking in a clear enough language in a way that we can understand, and it needs to allow us to participate in how the monitoring is done in the future. Human rights are an issue for the community that is affected under social justice issues in relation to, they call it Aboriginal land, we have ownership, but there are no laws that recognise that. We have legislation that has no strength when it comes to protecting land. So how we work with government and the Commonwealth at a high level is going to be a very important step. PFAS needs to be monitored outside the boundaries of the airfield, which is a naval base, but it's not done. So the Commonwealth departments don't step outside their boundaries. So we don't know how big that level of contamination is, and we can't continue to monitor it unless we're resourced for it. So those are the type of things. PFAS is here to stay. Community needs clean water. There's too much suspicion on what's coming out of Lake Windermere. There's too much suspicion and how it will be managed in the future as we connect up to New South Wales resources. But it's not the water, it's the land we walk on as well, and how that contamination continuously runs downhill as we live at the bottom of that airfield. So I think they're the bigger issues that the Commonwealth need to set up, some kind of forum, monitor the babysitters, Commonwealth agencies, and how they do business. They're there as individual departments. They are there worried about their own interest and not the interest of the broader territory. Not only Wreck Bay's residents, but every other resident that reside in JBT. And our future, our children, need to be monitored. Thank you.
Just before we go to the next speaker, the media do have a right to be in here. So they said that they won't film or take photos. So are people happy that they just sit in here with us? It's broadcasted across the country and the world if people want to access it. So they can sit outside and listen anyway. So are people okay with that? And then we'll get them back in and then we'll go to the next speaker. Yep. Ed, do you want to let them know, please? All right. So who wants to go next? So we'll have a series of questions for you after you've said what you want to say, and we'll delve into some of those issues a bit more. We all have a series of questions for community. So if there are no more speakers, we can just start with the questions, or we can do both. You know, we can do some questions and you can have more speaking spots. We've got till 11:15, so we've got some time. Did anyone want to speak? Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, Sis, we'll you go next, and then we'll do some questions, and then if anyone else wants to speak after that.
Yeah, hello, I'm Donia Waddy. I'm from Wreck Bay. I live down on the beach, down Summercloud. Look, my family has lived there all our lives, and we're in the water every day. My son is in the water, and my nieces and nephews and all our mob kids from Wreck Bay are in the water every day. That's our lifestyle, hunting and gather, and that's our cultural, you know, that's how we hunt and gather and stuff. But I'm a survivor of the breast cancer. I've been in remission now for 8 years. I've got problems with my arm. I've just lost a couple of young ladies from our community, which is very sad, not even 40. I think I'm a horticulturalist out at Terrera, but I've also been doing some research also on some plants. There's plants on the CSIRO website. I think that we should jump on board with them and do some training or something, set up some, because there's plants that draw the PFAS out of the water, about 50 to 75%, you know, and it's something, but it'll be a big scale, but, you know, maybe defence and whoever the government can fund our community and train them up in
all what needs to be done to put all those plants in and stuff, you know, to try and get rid of this PFAS and stuff. And also want to mention that this is a really big cultural loss to our community, and I'm not really happy how things went about with the case. We wasn't I was having chemo at that time and was in bed, couldn't talk to anyone. I lost my mum just a couple of years ago with breast cancer, and I think we just got looked over, because the important people that live on the community, that's in the water every day, wasn't questioned about our, you know, and and I've got a lot more too, and I'd send you an email, sister, about my points and stuff about the PFAS and the community and stuff, how things are going. All right, so yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sis. Senator Davies got some questions, and then yep. All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone we've heard from already, and I'm looking forward to hearing from more of you. I do have some questions on some of the things I've heard, and I appreciate you mentioning the plants. I heard that just last night as well, that there are plants that draw it. It's finding the balance as well between where you can put the plants and not encroaching on your absolutely beautiful landscape and nature that you've got there. Ms Mitchell and Anna Brown, both of you mentioned ongoing monitoring. Ms Mitchell, you mentioned the blood testing, and as Ms Brown mentioned, contaminations here. You mentioned that you had discussions with the University of Queensland. Would this be for a research project, but also the long-term monitoring that Ms Brown was saying needs to happen, so that we can, as a country, better understand the impact of PFAS on our bodies as well? I mean, we're learning about it's in our soil, it's a forever chemical, it leaches into water. We're testing that. What we're not doing is testing our people. Is that? Can you expand more on the potential research project that?
Yep, that's correct. So we would have volunteers come forward for the blood testing, as we've spoken with the universities about, and they would get tested biannually. So we would be able to work out what medications they're on that could help reduce those levels. The professor that I spoke to in Denmark mentioned a couple like cholesterol medication, etc. That sort of information would help us to determine if the levels in the community members' bodies were actually reducing over the years, and if the remediation works that is getting done by Defence in the area that's cleaning the water, as they say it will eventually, whether that's working or not.
Thank you. Do you have an understanding, or have you spoken about the numbers? And you did mention that there would be monitoring of people on community and outside community, so obviously a control group as well. Have you spoken about the numbers and the costs? You said Minister Thistlethwaite had said 500 per test. What would the cost of such a research project be? Do you have that an understanding?
No, we don't have that figure as yet. The universities that we've spoken to have done the same testing in other areas in Australia. It's just determining how much of the community would want to come forward and be a part of that, which we haven't gotten that far yet.
And it would have to be voluntary and...
Yes, absolutely. And any information given to Rec Bay would be de-identified, so we wouldn't have any individuals' personal records, but the individuals that do come forward would have access to their full record for the course of the testing.
Yep. And you said the universities have done this in other communities. Do you know what communities they are? Because that might...
Sorry, I don't remember.
That's okay. We can probably...
Yeah.
Williamstown, right.
Yes, Williamstown, and there was another one as well.
Thank you. And just back to the... sorry, I didn't get your name down. Yeah.
Talk again?
Yeah.
Look, I a few months... year was it? Would have been more than 8 years ago, before I was diagnosed with the breast cancer. I was up the falls there. I went down the falls, right at the start, up the top where you cross over, and down the falls, got up to waist high, walked down right down to the back of the depot, was wet right up here. You know what, for about 3 months later, or 6 months later, I went up to my sister's house in Armidale and stayed up there for a few months, and I was getting black discharge out of the breasts. And my sister said, look, you need to go to the doctor and see what that is, because my mum was a breast cancer survivor. And I went there, and in a week or 2 weeks or so, I was in Tamworth Hospital having this all done, because this here, all under here, was all so aggressive. The specialist said he hasn't seen anything like it.
Wow.
And that's from that water. And I swear over my mum, that's from that water up at the falls. And that hasn't been properly tested,
That's right. So all the signs that we saw yesterday say PFAS testing. None of the signs actually say this area is contaminated. They just say PFAS testing is underway. How much testing is actually occurring, and is it consistent monitoring? Do they come back every month, and do they tell you?
We don't know, because we don't know anything. We don't get told anything, any letters around, who's coming in the community, who's doing the testing, but it needs to be monitored. I think it needs to be reviewed every month. You get someone down from CSIRO or somewhere, one of the scientists, and test it, different places, and put the data in the computer and see what brings it up.
And are they only testing the water, or are they testing the soil? And someone else mentioned the plants with the bush medicine.
Yep.
Are they testing plants,
Yeah, they're medicinal plants. And we're all affected, and how am I supposed to teach my grandchildren and stuff, when they grow up, about things like we used to do and stuff when we were little at the beach and that, and used to go collecting and stuff, and it's poison. What's going to happen? A lot of things could be happening at the moment, but nothing's, I don't see anything happening.
I'll hand over, because I know everyone's got questions and I don't want to hog the call.
Senator Gotch?
Thank you.
I watched that program on, I think it was on the ABC, about the PFAS in America. PFAS is a death sentence. Has it been really explained to the people of Wreck Bay, the gist of it? What PFAS causes? We don't know if the ladies have had deformities, even in the new childbirth. We don't know if that's been passed down, if it's hereditary. Because what I've seen in America with the young ones, young people died from PFAS over that period of time. And that's a similar thing we'd have out here. If it's the same thing in America, it's the same thing here. And when I mentioned deformities, when the ladies have the pre-birth, I just can't think of that name of it. Yeah. We don't have, if that's happened out there with the population, but going back years ago when the water was good, our people lived long lives. Even from old tank water on the missions. So we look at this today, but we don't know what council's got in the water here too. I know they got fluoride, but that one word, PFAS, to me, it's a death sentence.
Thank you, Uncle. Are you okay for another one?
If you just want to say your name. Hello, I'm Clive Freeman. I'm a traditional owner at Wreck Bay, and I've grown up there all my life. I just wanted to speak specifically about our water and our rights to water and what this has actually done, because our water supply in Wreck from Lake Windermere is something that has sustained Aboriginal people on the south coast for tens of thousands of years. And the contamination has not only taken that away from this generation, but it's taken it away from the future generations. And now that there is a arrangement negotiated between the Commonwealth and the states for us to purchase that water, I have a concern about how we care for something that we've cared for forever, and who's stolen that away, and how do we take that responsibility back? So I think there's a theft of the water as well as a poisoning of the land. And I think that while we talk about water sovereignty in this country, and we speak about people that are taking our water rights away from us, contamination is also stealing the water. And so we need that addressed when we look at water reform at that Commonwealth level. We need to be incorporated in that conversation. The Jervis Bay Territory is a very unique space. It is a territory unlike no other. It's almost a state-like service of its own. And we don't constitutionally have a senator for Wreck Bay and the Jervis Bay Territory. We depend on the other senators to support Wreck. So coming and doing something, inquiry like this, is very important because we actually haven't got a senator that's elected from our state that we can raise these issues with directly. So taking into consideration that it's the only state or territory on the mainland that does not have its own Senate representative, we're left out of Commonwealth conversations. And that is a very important political issue for the members of the Jervis Bay Territory. I just also wanted to speak about some Google Earth images that I took a snapshot of on the 30th of November in 2020 that I think would be very significant in relation to the contamination of the site. So Ground Zero in Buddery National Park is at a training facility within the airfield, and when I was a board member in Wreck Bay, we were taken onto that site to look at. I was extremely concerned about some of the things that were there, the recycling and water recycling facilities and the storage of some of the water stuff at the headwaters to both Summer Cloud Creek and Mary's Creek. And so I later got onto Google Earth and I zoomed in on that place, and what I found was very significant. What's on Google Earth captured by that image app is 6 or 7 large trucks being filled with the soil from there and taken out of the territory to an unknown location. That, I think, needs to be investigated, because that contamination with a forever chemical has now not only been destroying our country, it's now destroying our cultural landscape in other areas, potentially the Shoalhaven Tip, Husky Tip, and destroying other cultural places there. And if the inquiry wants to have those photographs, I will forward them on. And I also want to just speak specifically about the amount of sickness as well. I think it's important that we really look at that amount of sickness. And I also think that it's important that we really start to think about an Indigenous-focused Environmental Defender's Office, whilst we have to take on more and more and more of these Commonwealth approaches and destruction by the Commonwealth of culture in this country. We need an independent space that does that. I think the Commonwealth investigating itself is problematic and it compromises the data. I don't think that we can adequately create any type of remediation if the perpetrators are talking about how to fix their own problems and not having an independent agency that is forced to come in without it being a part of or purchased by the perpetrator. In this instance, the remediation plans have been sourced, paid for, by the Commonwealth and it's internalised. So how do we get independence is a big question, and how do we ensure that the data that's coming out, the standards of or the levels at which people are saying that it's acceptable when they send a community letter around. How does a perpetrator say what's acceptable? That's not I don't accept that. I don't accept it at all. I think there needs to be a process which sets an international standard or level at which this is done. And I think that taking into consideration that the Department of Defence has been sitting on our community boards, on the joint board, for all of these years, knowing full well that they've been poisoning the people, is an absolute disgusting thing from the Commonwealth. I find it offensive. And I think that, there needs to be more accountability for what people have known about in the past and have kept silent, because it's been known about for a long time. So I think that silence needs to be spoken about. The information sharing needs to happen, not over the period of when Wreck Bay and us people found out about PFAS, but from when it was actually known about by the Commonwealth in the 1980s. And how and why did they keep those sorts of things a secret, knowing full well the damage that it could have done and what could have been prevented in 30 years of continually poisoning us. Knowing that that was a contamination and still allowing that to poison us is a very big issue for me, because they knowingly contaminated my people and land. They knowingly did it once they knew that that was there. They knowingly did it for 30 or more years. Yeah.
Wait for the microphone, Uncle, so that we can capture what you're saying.
When we talk about the workforce, the men from Wreck Bay who worked there and were covered in PFAS, I haven't got one mate out there my age left. A lot of them men died in early 40s. There's no longevity out there amongst the men who worked out in the Jervis Bay, out at Creswell. They're gone. So there's got to be something there that's caused that. What illness is it? There's got to be something in the water. There's not one, there's maybe two out there, my age, 80, who are alive today. They're all gone. Men I played rugby league with and against out there, fit men, today they're gone. So this PFAS has to have some bearing on that.
Thank you. I'll go to... We'll go to Senator Ghosh and then we'll come to you, brother.
Thank you, Chair. May I also say thank you for having us on Country yesterday and thank you for attending today. We appreciate that as a committee and I also express that personally. I'm going to ask a reasonably broad question based on some of the things we talked about yesterday, and so please feel free to, whoever wants to answer it, and it need not only be one person obviously, but we've touched upon it yesterday and we touched upon it a little bit in the answers today, but I would just like to ask for the purposes of this committee and the record, if people are happy to talk about how the PFAS contamination has affected the cultural life and practices of the Wreck Bay community.
I think it's affected because our cultural practices relate directly to land. Hunting, gathering, fishing, swimming, activities. The only way that I see it continuing, from my point of view, and others may feel differently, if those stories are told or taught in school now. The ability for families to take kids and country is limited. Basically, we've stopped taking them up near the airfield where the water runs, and people are referring to falls, where we hunted and gathered crayfish, G-bungs. Can't be done now. So physically, we can't take our kids on country. We can drive them on country, we can show them plants, but to gather plants from there and medicines is now impossible.
Do you want to say your name first? Excuse me. Yeah, my name's Gavin McLeod. To the ladies, females present, my utmost respects. There's other power, and the rest is sort of issue. Look, I look at it as a simple timeline. I look at thousands of years ago, and 1788 and 1770, 88, 1986, 1968, 67, the referendum, and 1986 Land Grant Act, and 1995 joint management, and where we are today, and the good, the bad, the ugly. Look, I know we can't turn back time, but it's about acknowledging that too. And I agree with what people have said around the room. And to me, our culture is psychological. It's in our brain, sort of, our stories, our songlines, and that's sort of damaged that. And without a brain, you haven't got culture. And excuse me. I'm not into cameras. Before we started, I spoke to one of the journalists, sort of thing, so I'm not into cameras and Facebook or anything. I don't own a mobile phone. I get enough looks at stairs at Woolworths when I go there. So, but I sent my sort of story to Shine Lawyers when it started, sort of thing. It was just a one page, and I added about 22 pages to it, and it's just information from what Clive's talking about, and information, because it's not about contamination, it's not about PFAS. You've got asbestos, you've got petrol, oil, diesel. We laid the pipes from the down at the creek there. Well, I think it was early 1990s, my Uncle Will, Todd and Chicken out, and we hammered through rock up to the ship. And from memory, we were just covered in black shit. It was putrid, there was plastics in it, and I remember Uncle Will saying, get the F out of there, sort of thing. And I don't know if my statement went to court or anything, so I'm a bit sort of, with the court process and how there's a lot of division within the community, sort of thing. And but I think it's about, we're here today, and thank you for your time and your care and respect for being here and listening to us, but it's about moving forward. But I agree with what Annette said, and the Commonwealth, and with Clive and Donya and Coral and that. But I just thought I'd just say it. So I don't know when you're saying it's going worldwide and everything, because I'm sitting here a bit nervous because I say a few swear words too, might come out, so I've got to be careful there, sort of thing. And I've been at the board meetings, I say a few swear words, but it's not my intention to threaten and bully everyone, but it's about working together. And I believe in, we're in Australia today, and you're watching the news and everything, but whether you're black, white, yellow, green, blue, or even a Martian, I believe respect works both ways, and going forward together as people, I guess. And thank you.
Thank you, brother. And can I just say that, brother, if you have documents that you'd like the Senate inquiry to have, if you're concerned that it may or may not have been picked up as part of the Shine stuff, then, and you're happy for us to have anything, then send that through, and we can use that as part of this inquiry. And if anybody else has information, send it through to us, because that'll form part of the report. This is not the Shine lawyer experience. This is a Senate inquiry with a lot of power, So whatever information you have at home or anything, send it in. All right? I can't hear, brother. I'm getting old too, you know.
Yeah, like with my journey story, I'm here to be honest and respectful to myself and to everyone present, sort of thing. So when I read the Hansard and you're talking about the blue line, the accuracy and information, and to me information's evidence, sort of thing. And like I'm here to be. Look, it's for our future generations, and I think this story needs to be sort of packaged up for the Commonwealth, and it's never to be forgotten, like the damage and that. And I understand the emotion. Like I feel the same way too with the court case. Like Defence or the government should have come straight down to the council as a cultural authority representing the registered members who voted us in there, and we sort of could have nutted it out, sort of thing. And to me, it wasn't about money, and whether it's zero or minus, whatever, the positive, whatever. Like you can't put a price on our culture. Like I say, we've been here for thousands and thousands of years, and putting land and water is all connected. It's who we are as a people. You know what I mean? And that damage or those those stories moving forward, telling our kids they can't go and get a feed of yabbies and There's even evidence of arsenic found in yabbies down at Lake Mackenzie. I got that stuff there too, but I'm here to be. I'd rather go through my elders of the board and just with me story, but all that sort of stuff. And thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Darren Brown. I'm from traditional owner from Wreck Bay. Just going back to Senator Gosh's question about the the cultural values and what it means to the community. I think we talk a lot about the bush medicines, and we talk about the food supply and that and the water. That falls area, and I think it's what I seen yesterday. There's axe grinding grooves up there that are over 1,000 years old. They're older than Jesus. And when you go down to the bottom of that beach into Mary's, a baby skeleton was found there that exposed itself in that dunes. I don't know what the archaeological find was and how old that baby was, but we're talking about sacred sites here. We're not talking about the food, and we're not talking about what our land use is. We're talking about an area that is highly significant for this community as a sacred site. Now, if I flip the switch and reverse it to the European heritage and the heritage listings, I've always said that those European values are higher than what Aboriginal values are in this country. Now, if Captain Cook's statue was up there, I'm pretty sure there would have been things done to improve that area because of those European values. But when it comes to Aboriginal values, it seems to me like we're pushed into this corner where it's David versus Goliath. This community is up against the beast, Department of Defence. They can run this country, and we are up against it. And going back from Annette and everybody else's point here, I think that's the issue. That contamination now is what's caused all the grief in this community. Moving forward, Coral yesterday spoke about how it's hard for her now to buy water. That's the grief. The money that's come out of this claim has divided the community. We are split because of the grief of this contamination. How do we as a community get together and get back, and sort of deal with this and moving forward? I feel like the community is one big golden staff, this big disease. There's no cure for it. But how do we cure this? I don't know. How does the Commonwealth help this community cure this disease that we have to live with moving forward?
Thank you.
Thank you. If I might ask, there's been...
Cultural impact of gathering seafood. It's now limited. It's in the abalone, it's in the blue gropers, it's in the pippies, and it's in the seagrass. So that's a cultural impact on the collection of those foods. We can't take what we were able to take at one time. Thank you.
And now that we're all in, you're talking about our cultural stuff,
our cultural stuff, we're living our culture every day on Wreck Bay. Our kids and in the community, in the bush and down on the beach and stuff, you know. But how are we supposed to, what's going to happen after this? You know, his question asked about, oh yeah, you got to prove your culture and all this kind of thing and all this kind of thing. What do you mean? Like, we do it. We practice our culture every day, you know. And I think we I think the defence needs to step up a little bit more here and help us out on the community. You know, was there a possibility of defence purchasing houses off the community for community members, you know, that want to live out of the community while it's getting cleaned up and stuff? You know, because there's a lot of people in the community who's got no houses on the community, you know, that would prefer to live off the community because of this poison. You know, it's like we're dying, like everyone's like the place is dying out there, you know, the bush and that. It's really bad. And, the defence and that's got a really lot to answer, you know, like, is this a crime that they've done, that they've committed? Does anyone else want to speak? I just want to say, because it's a forever situation, we're never going to get closure. As long as we keep losing young people, the land's sick, the water's sick, so that's the forever thing, no closure. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Ghosh.
There's a gent there. Did Kai want to?
Clive Freeman again, and thanks for that question. It's important to state, like, any of the chemicals that are added into country, they change the biodiversity of the place. And when we're so in tune with biodiversity as a part of it, not that separate human sitting outside of nature, but blackfellas being a part of that whole ecosystem, when one of the things change, we change. And if it changes too quickly and we can't keep up, that's what constitutes the loss, because we can't keep up with the change. So when the ecosystem changes so much in such a short period of time, we haven't got generational, we haven't got the ability to generationally prepare. And I think because these chemicals have been bioaccumulative, which means that they actually just accumulate within the living organisms and within the landscape, it builds up and it takes away from what it is that we do to live. It's true what Donya Louis says about us continuing culture, and we are a cultural people today, but the changes to modernise in this changing world to become a contemporary Aboriginal culture is hindered because we haven't got enough time to shift the culture to a changing landscape. And we don't really have any kind of matrix to understand any of that, as well as what we could have, I think, in the science space or in a cultural space. But I think another thing that's really important is that the chemical didn't actually needed to be found for the damage to be done to the culture. Saying that the chemical was there was enough, because as soon as the Commonwealth said that there was the potential, the people panicked, and it was within that panic that culture couldn't change or shift. It was from the very moment that they said it could have potentially been there. They didn't even need to have any of that qualitative data to be able to take away culture. All they needed to do was plant that seed of doubt that that could cause something. And with all of the sickness in our community, 1 + 1 was equaling 2. So I think we were scared about what was being spoken about as well. And I think that the Department of Defence released information because so quickly to the community, because for them it had already been in place and in play for such a long period of time. They already became familiar with it themselves. So it's just about communication to me with the cultural stuff. And I think, yeah, we need to think about how we set a method of identifying how we can modernise culture, you know. Because we're not in the gunyas and we're not dancing around with lap flaps anymore. That's for entertainment. You know, we're in a modern world. We have changed. And like Auntie Annette says, it is a forever chemical, which means that we're going to have to change culture now with it. And things are going to have to evolve with it, and those changes are going to have to happen. But it's important to know that simply by saying that the chemicals are there starts that fear. And it's also about truth-telling, because let's talk the truth. The colonial government's been poisoning the water and poisoning Aboriginal people through water since they came here. It's been a massive part of taking the land. And the truth-telling report should identify that things like arsenic and other chemicals have been pumped into the water for generations to kill blackfellas. And that should form part of the truth-telling report too. The massacres in this country. That's why we're a bit fearful about these sorts of things, because history is telling the story and nobody seems to want to acknowledge it's real.
Thank you. So Senator Ghosh has got some more questions, then Senator Wilson and then myself. So we've just a time check. We're finishing at 11:15. No blackfella time here. We've still got, we've still got some time. So, yeah, Senator Ghosh.
We've touched upon this morning some of the health impacts, and my last question went to the cultural impacts. May I ask if there have been any economic or livelihood or job impacts of the PFAS contamination in the Wreck Bay community?
Sis, just microphone, and you've got to introduce yourself every time.
Sorry, Donya Waddy. Look, I just wanted to say there is an economic loss at Wreck Bay. We have to purchase our own water, which is like, how much is it a bottle from? Yeah, is Defence going to pay for that? Are they going to pay for our water tanks so our children can have clean water? Our water out there, you run the bath and it's yellow. Like, what is that? We haven't got an answer. And you know what? When I first heard about this, this contamination, the first thought I had was, this coming from a Koori woman, was this deliberate?
Have a rest. That's all right, get you one. Say your name. Yeah, I'm Darren Sturgeon, just from out of Wreck Bay. There's been, years ago we had contracts up at the airfield. The council had contracts up at the airfield. I worked with a crew that done all the clearing and slashing up there for since '92, and we discovered a lot of shit up there, like everyone, like Gavin's saying, asbestos, fuel, diesel, bloody everything, you name it, it was there. We cleared a lot of that, as we didn't have to. We just cleared it to make our job easier. So, and when we started that back then, 2 or 3 of our crew have passed away, and one's still alive out there he's on dialysis. I've had no sort of major health problems, but other than cholesterol and the other stuff. But my 2 daughters have had brain tumours on the left side of their brain, so they've had 2 operations each been removed, and they can't find a cause yet. So they've, touch wood, they've been benign sort of so far. So they've still got ongoing issues from that, and I think with the testing that was done, or that's done, I don't think, because this chemical is, how can I put it? You know, I didn't know till the documentary came out that it was a man-made sort of man-made chemical or a new element or something like that. So I never thought about it until then, that the testing that they're doing, they've got nothing to base that testing on. So if it's a new whatever it is, the testing that they've done we've got testing done at the Garvan Institute and that, and they've sort of come back that they can't find where it's more or less come from, and they've determined that it's more or less come from me and their mothers, so her mother, so their mother. So, and we've had that, so we're still waiting on results for that. But there's a lot of things when I worked at the airfield, and we identified a lot of these things. Now, when this PFAS thing first came up, we had a contract up there to do, and we've done multiple sort of contracts at the airfield, down on Creswell Base, down near the sewage treatment plant, and there was a lot of once nothing was covered up. It was just when we first got that contract, we all had to go down and sign waivers to say whatever we seen up there, we weren't allowed to take photos of. And as far as I know, every contractor who works up there, even to this day, has to sign the same thing. So you're not allowed to take photos of anything up there. There's places there where mobile cameras, mobile phones, and that wouldn't work because of targets and everything that are magnetised and everything. So a lot of them things didn't work up there. But we had to clean up asbestos, like you name it, we've seen it up there. And when we had walks around the base when we first took these contracts and that, there was actually bins up there that were specifically for kangaroos that were found on the airfield. So these kangaroos, they never got attacked or anything, they just dropped dead. So they had a special bin up there to take these kangaroos, and they took all these kangaroos sort of to I don't know where. But then recently, like after doing that for all those years, we actually found down near there's a place called the Telegraph Creek. When you go before you turn into Creswell, there's a bridge there, and we got a contract to slash the power line track going down through beyond the golf course. And I went in there with a tritter one day, and I just didn't know what this. I thought I run a big heap of. It was actually kangaroo bones. So all these kangaroos were being dumped down at this one spot. And there's that up there. There's down beyond the ship school. There was up at the ship school. There's a mountain of and I'd say that's what was being taken away by them trucks that someone mentioned earlier. There was a mountain of contaminated soil. It was longer than this sort of School of Arts, and probably about the same height as the stage there, but it was a big pile of contaminated soil from contaminated with asbestos, and it had no silt trap around the bottom of it, and everything that was up there runs straight into the community. The same as the ship school. When we went up there with the Navy, and as a board and as a community, inspected the tanks and everything out up there. Now, when I was up there, those tanks were all cracked. Every one of them was cracked. They were concrete tanks, and without taking them out and replacing them, they didn't replace them. All they did was put a waterproof membrane on the inside of it so all the water wouldn't leak out and go into the ground again. So they never told the community that. So all these little things, there's another asbestos, heap of asbestos dumped down near the sewage treatment plant. You've got the kangaroos dropping dead down on the quarterdeck because they're eating grass that's contaminated by the water from the sewage treatment plant. And they're all infected with a parasite, the stomach parasite, and it just kills them slowly. So all these things, when we mentioned all these things years ago, we actually lost that contract when all these PFAS started coming up. We lost that contract and we weren't given a reason why. We just showed up there one day and they said, oh, you no longer work here. We weren't told. We took our tractors and everything up there to start work. Someone else from Tamor got the job. So we weren't even told, and that was a loss of a financial loss to the community, because that was a contract that we had for, I don't know, a long time. So, and we used to do all the slashing around the trig station where the telemetry goes out to all the ships and that. We done all that, so we had access to all these spots. But then as soon as this PFAS thing come up, we would drop like a bag of shit. And so it was a lot of things that we identified that was sort of used against us, because if we would have kept our mouths shut, we probably would have, you know what I mean? We identified what, one of the captains came down there, he's like second in charge, he was just up there they just go up there to retire, they, do their time, they might have to spend 6 months up there or something like that before they retire. This bloke had RAN2 on his number plate, so he's been everything and done it. So he was up there retiring. He didn't know why we couldn't go and cut behind the boom gate net up there. So, and he didn't know until I told him. He said, you can't go cut behind there because there was a building there and the ground's full of asbestos. So and like I said, not long after that, we lost the contract. All the houses that were in Creswell, they were all knocked down, all the brick houses, and that they had asbestos in them. They took all that, they trucked all that thing up to the back of the airfield, and they stored it right where you go on the Wreck Bay Road. There's a place called the Dip, and it's still contaminated now. So they stored all that right to where all that water drains off. It goes across the Dip into Buddery National Park. So all that contaminated, it was a mount higher than the bloody stage there, and it was contaminated with asbestos and everything, and that all just, when it rained, all that just washed straight into the park, straight down into Captain's Lagoon, which is the most contaminated lagoon in the place as far as they know. But all that remediation that they've done, it's nothing outside the fence line. It's all inside the fence line. It's nothing like where they've done, where they've got a station up there now on the power line track on the easement line going into Wreck Bay. There's a little station, testing station up there now. It's on the inside, not on the outside. They've done no work on the outside of the fence going to the top of the falls. They've done absolutely no remediation there whatsoever. Everything's done, and like I said, after we lost that contract, that's when all this remediation work started getting done. So it was, and as part of, people got to be aware that as part of all these contracts, as part of getting this work, you've got to actually sign, what do you call them? Non-disclosure, but yeah, you've got to sign that, otherwise you won't get the job. So even just going up there looking at all this stuff, you've got to sign that. You've got to sign that documents. So there's a lot of things that have gone on up there that the people haven't been told, and when we've made them aware, sort of it's gone against us. So, but there's a lot of issues around that. I could go on forever about some of the things that I've seen, or a lot of the things that I've seen up there, and the way things keep being done, but they're being done by people from that are not associated with the community. So just to keep that sort of distance, see, like GHD, I don't know, I haven't had nothing to do with them, but if they're working up there if the Navy's sort of paying them, or whoever's paying them, if they're working with Wreck Bay and then they got their commitments to the Navy, not to the people of Wreck Bay. So when you sign them non-disclosure things, like the people ain't sort of providing any feedback or testing results and that. They're just up there like observing someone else doing it. So all these things that, if something gets found, and a scientific answer is found for it, that's not been disclosed to the community. That's just been passed on to the Navy, and everyone who comes there from the, I'm sorry if I'm rambling on, but everyone who comes there from the Navy has already got a speech practiced. They've already got a spiel that they're just rolling off over and over again, and they're just saying the same shit different day. But there's a lot of things that have been hidden up there, and hidden from the community for a very, very long time. And a lot of old buildings have been knocked down, and it's just been knocked down, and just everything's just drained into the community. So, yeah, I just thought I'd say that.
Thank you. That was very, very enlightening. I'm going to go back to Senator Gorge. Have you got a few more questions?
I do, Chair, but I'm sort of conscious of the time. So if there's time at the end, I'm happy to keep going, but I'm very happy to share the call.
Do you want to ask one more, and then I'll pass it on to Senator Whish-Wilson?
Sure. One of the issues that's been raised this morning and was raised yesterday is around communication, and one of the initiatives, as I understand it, that's been implemented by the New South Wales Government has been to test and regularly release the results of drinking water testing from Lake Windermere. Can I ask how this has been received, whether it's had a positive impact, and if anyone has any thoughts about that process in terms of the testing itself or how it's been communicated?
Just up the back there, Aunt, and then you, Aunt.
So my name's Matt Sims. I'm a community member from Wreck Bay. Also cultural educator at the local school as well. About the safe levels of PFAS for drinking, the science in America says that the safe level, there is no safe level for consumption for anyone for drinking in PFAS. At the moment, everything's still hooked up to that water. So really there's no safe level of PFAS for us to drink, but it's still running through our taps. People still have to shower in it. People still wash their dishes up in it. The science in America tells us that there's no safe level. Why are we so far behind in Australia? I think moving forward as a solution, I think there needs to be a decision needs to be made about that being zero. We need to sort of live in the solution and start looking at things like there's a filtration system set up in the Blue Mountains now. Why haven't we got one here? So these are high-tech filtration systems. If we get the water from New South Wales pumped out to Wreck Bay, it's the same. It's the same water. PFAS is in the water in the Shoalhaven. I've seen it bubbling up at Kangaroo Valley, which the Kangaroo River runs into the Shoalhaven River. It's the same. Shoalhaven River, like my dad said, the Shoalhaven River is poison too. So it doesn't matter where we get our water from, whether they're diverting it from Vincennia or whatever, it's still got PFAS in it. And there's no safe drinking level for PFAS. So I think there needs to be a legislation put in place around having that zero. Where we get the water from, I don't know. But it's a human rights issue, like one of the aunties already talked about. It's a human rights thing where the oldest continuous culture in the world here, and our stories take us right back to the beginning when we were gifted all this water to take care of, and now it's poisoned. But we need to live in a solution. There needs to be things put in place so we can move forward for our generations, for our children, for our grandchildren, for everyone. But our community is directly affected, but the wider community is also directly affected. So we need to catch up because it's zero.
Maxine Brown. I just want to say that the Wreck Bay Council has never been a part of the water testing regime in the Jervis Bay Territory. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass on to Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. And once again, just want to reflect what my colleagues have said today to thank you for your time and being here today and for taking us into your family yesterday and your country and sharing that with us. It was very moving for me, and I know it was for the other senators. You're part of a global documentary, a film that's many people around the world are seeing. Your community and your country is featured very prominently in that documentary. There's been a fair bit of talk about defence today, and maybe I could ask you this, Kai, or anyone who wants to contribute. Have you had any contact with 3M, the companies that ultimately responsible for this persistent toxic chemical in your waterway? Has there been any correspondence with them? Have they come to visit your community? Have you tried to correspond with them at all? Okay, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, Clive Freeman. I think that is better directed to Auntie Annette as our chair.
Right.
Because when it comes to talking about the land, we vest that with our board members and our head of community. Yep. So I think it's better directed to Auntie Annette. Yeah. Okay.
No, there's been no contact with 3M over in America. What we did engage is a professor from Newcastle, I just can't quite think of his name, who worked over in the US and was a part of the testing regime. But what come from that is no one is prepared to have ownership of the chemical. 3M sits quietly. I think they continue to sit quietly. But it's how that's affected the world globally, and the fighter fire farm particularly in Jervis Bay Territory. In consultation, Defence used tactics like it's in your clothes, it's in the fry pans you use to cook, so it's everywhere. So everybody's attempted to actually evade and dodge responsibility. I think that's where the Commonwealth needs to make laws on how it's used or continued to be used. They need to have solution on what replaces it, and I think it's their role as a government to come to terms. I think what's difficult for the community, our ability to hold other parties accountable, is restricted because no one's ever, the law doesn't recognise cultural loss.
Could ask you, if you had a chance to, would you like, for example, a senior executive from this company to come to visit your community and see what the Senate saw yesterday, and what would you say to them if they did?
What I'd like to know is everybody's hasn't made a statement or owned the problem, and no one's decided or will make public what are the causations of PFAS. As the young niece spoke earlier, there's a lot of deaths in the community, but the excuse is scientifically at this point that they can't hold this chemical accountable as yet. I don't think they will move from that position, and I think that's where the answer is. And that's why I say that how we make them accountable is by doing our own investigations as a country, and I think it is monitoring the health of the younger generations. And it's not looking at us elderly. I think the damage is there already for us. But it's monitoring a system that does track the health of our children and future generations. Only then will you come up with data that actually could identify causation. And from a small little community of Wreck Bay, I think it's worth investigating. And that's where we should start.
You mentioned the loss, the cultural loss. I'm not sure how you can put a price on the loss of a culture. Did you get any advice from your lawyers or from anyone else as to how the Commonwealth came up with that number?
We could have went on with our court cases, but at the end of the day, the laws that Australia judicial system is based on English law, and there's no recognition in the legal system about Aboriginal culture. There's no definition that could be used in any court case. So the tactic was mediation. Defence didn't want to deal with us. First offer is just a measly price, and the board held out for years until the Minister of Defence stepped in. But to take it further, then we were holding, what we were doing was putting the cost on future generations. And it's...
Well, I might go to... We've got someone online, a community member who doesn't live in Wreck Bay, but is from Wreck Bay. So we might go to Karen Stewart. Karen, are you there?
Yeah, hi, Senator. Can you hear me, Senator?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I've got a quick, just a thing to quickly read out. I'll just get straight into it. So the United States Environmental Protection Agency recognises no safe level of PFAS, and that PFAS causes cancer and other serious health conditions. Likewise, the European Union recognises the serious health impacts of PFAS and has recently, this month, announced plans to ban the use of PFAS in products. Australia still operates under the false and outdated belief that there are safe levels of PFAS. There are no safe levels of PFAS. Internationally, we know that now. Wreck Bay has a problem with PFAS. We know this as well. We know the Defence Force has admitted that their use of PFAS in operations, such as firefighting training, has contaminated the local area. Wreck Bay has horrific problems with cancer as a result of this, and we've got horrific problems with other serious health conditions. We have the highest cancer rates in Australian history. This is something that has impacted me and my family personally. Both of my grandparents were murdered by cancer. My mother's younger brother, my uncle, also murdered by cancer. My own mother is currently being murdered by late-stage cancer. I'm speaking to my own immediate family only here, but there are many, many people of all ages out at Wreck Bay that have been murdered or are being murdered by this contamination. And I use the word murder because these aren't natural deaths. They're caused by the actions of people. When the actions of a person cause the death of another, we call that murder in any civilized society. So this should be called murder as well, because that's exactly what it is. Recently, we settled a class action against the Defence Force for the contamination. This class action was to compensate not the impacts to our health, but the devaluation of the land and the impact on our culture. $13,000 is what I got from that. $13,000 is how much this government and this court places as a price on genocide, because that's what this is. This is cultural genocide, and this is also physical genocide as per the Genocide Convention. Acts and policies which impact the life and the quality of life and the health of others are genocide as per the Genocide Convention. $13,000 is how much it costs to commit genocide here in this colony. And that's before we consider the health impacts that weren't compensated and the deaths that weren't compensated. What is the price on a black person's life in this colony? Is it nothing? What would the senators do if it were your community, your culture, and your family being destroyed, and in such a horrific way? I urge the senators to hear what is being said in these meetings and to act. Act now, not in the future down the track. Act now and ban PFAS, and push the government to implement proper cleanup programs and proper compensation for the ongoing genocide that is being committed here. I've also heard talks about responsibility and where the blame lays. The responsibility lies with the Australian government and its Defence Force. They're the ones who polluted the land with PFAS. 3M didn't come here and pollute the land. It was the Australian Defence Force and the Australian government. Thank you.
Thanks, brother. Did you want to ask one more question, Pete?
No,
We'll come back to it. Okay, I've got a couple of questions. So, are community aware that Defence offers ad hoc soil testing for properties and that community members can request these?
I was aware of... Sorry.
Just asking the mob here, brother. Karen, just for the mob here, who's your family?
I'm General May Stewart's grandson, Jenny Stewart's son.
Now they're nodding. So, yeah, the Defence offers ad hoc soil testing. So are you aware that community can request this? Is anyone? No. Okay. Beg your pardon?
Maxine Brown, my sister lives across the road from me and her soil was tested.
Yeah, we'll just fix that microphone up. Might have gone flat. So it's already, you mentioned it's already been tested, but the Defence offers ad hoc soil testing for properties and community members, and it can be done on request. Might wait for the microphone, sorry brother, because I just want to capture that.
Mic check.
Yeah, that's working. Who was that? Hand up. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Darren Sturgeon. Yeah, my mum she rung up and got the soil tested out in the backyard, but and it came back as contaminated. I haven't got the results off the top of my head, but the only way that was remediated was by the Wreck Bay Council in the drainage and the drainage work that they done in the backyard. So she lives in the first street on the right, so probably, yeah, on that street that'd be all the closest houses to the ship school, so I suppose. But all that land at the back there has always been like stink, like it's had a sort of a bad smell, and that was like it was, anyways. But she had it tested and that. But the only way that was remediated was by the Wreck Bay Council. Okay. They didn't offer to do any to fix it up or anything.
Yep. But it seems to me that not all community members in this room know that they can request testing at their property. Is that correct? Absolutely, sis. Yep, go on.
I'm Clive Freeman again. I think it's important to understand that as a bioaccumulative substance, testing is very much dependent on the natural environment. So if you're testing in drought, for example, sorry, I just got caught with that in my head. If you get tests done during the drought, you're going to find a discrepancy as opposed to if you're tested, say, after cultural burn or after a natural fire. What fire will do is release the chemistry from the actual living organisms, and it'll burn it back to its original form, which makes it waterborne again to recontaminate another species. So when we had some of that consultation done, I read those reports very thoroughly to understand what it was. What happens with a forever chemical, particularly with fire, taking into consideration cultural fires are very significant, and fire burning practices have been the foundations of a lot of our culture. We depend on fire in this country to revitalise the country, but a forever chemical within that living biosphere recontaminates at a higher level than it ever has before, because the plant's actually accumulated over the life of the plant in one very concentrated form. When a fire comes through, it actually releases that. And so if you've got a high absorbing plant that is very easily burnt, after a fire you'll get the real levels of contamination in the environment, because they're not actually stored and non-testable because they're housed within living biodiversity. That was, I think, an important thing. So if you're asking a community about if they've had their yard tested, understanding the method behind this chemical and understanding this chemical and its impacts on country are probably the first things we need to do. We need to be really clear on where it accumulates, how it's re-released, what future problems might occur, how we can reintroduce cultural burns that actually manage this sort of stuff. I know many years ago there was conversations about particular types of biochar and things like this, but I think it's important to understand the method of its life cycle, or cycle, because it's too great of a life expectancy. It's thousands of years.
Yeah. So it's more the whole community rather than just like homes and the rest of the land around the community, and at different times of the year, to try and capture a year. Where potential, what it did was test living biodiversity, but what it didn't do was test after a wildfire, which burns that biodiversity, which increases dramatically the amount of then reabsorbable chemistry. So that, I think, is when we're at most risk after a fire, and that's the primary time when community will go and use country, because the bush is clear enough for us to interact with it. So, Thank you.
That's just a bit of...
I have another question. It's around the class action. Sorry.
I just got another thing about the question you just asked about the testing methods or the numbers that we can access. Are they the same people that have poisoned the country? Like, I think, for me, as a community member, I don't really trust their numbers and their stats where they get, or they could be manipulating that to suit their own agenda to cover up for themselves. I think what Auntie Annette said before about our people being trained up and upskilled in all this sort of stuff, I think if there can be funding given to us so we can train our own people up, because they're the only people that I trust, is my people, when it comes to this poison. So I think, those stats, like, and we see that at the school, at the local school. They're still drinking water out of the bubblers at the school, and it makes me almost cry, because that's our babies at the school, and they're still telling us that they're safe levels of drinking water, and they get those results all the time. at the school, but from the department, yeah. So I think we need to have our own people monitoring what happens for those numbers as well. So.
Yeah, well, it's what Brother said, you know, it's the perpetrator doing the testing. All right, I just want to ask about the class action. We've got, just for a time check, we've got 15 more minutes. So the class action, which reached a settlement last year, and we know that not everyone was included in that, was for the impact of PFAS on the value of the land and cultural loss. It was not a personal injury claim, meaning that it did not take into account the health impacts of PFAS. Were you made aware of this when you began the process? That it was only for cultural loss, not for the health impacts? Did the lawyers say that we're only focusing on this and not the health impacts? Yep. Go on up.
Look, in regard to the process of that mediation, it's not a court action claim, as you stated. It was a mediation to come up with a strategy, a legal strategy. But due to the laws that don't exist in Australia or England that deals with cultural loss, in regard to personal injury, there was no causation established to follow that process. So without having scientific evidence that we talk about that causes cancer, that causes heart problems, that causes tumours, you can't claim against personal injury. And to date, there is still no scientific evidence to say that PFAS is the causation of illnesses. And I don't know, and I know that the settlement in America had faced the same problems. What they did over there was actually dealt with the families who lived and resided in that small town and committed to their health. Should there be injuries or health in their family groups, then they covered those costs, but there was never any personal injury.
Okay. Interesting, thank you. What's that?
Sorry, Clive Freeman, do you ask that question to actually finance an inquiry into that topic on behalf of the Commonwealth?
I'm asking because there legally could be other avenues that the community could take, given you've done one on cultural loss, but there is potentially personal claim on health impacts. The evidence is there. And through this inquiry, you know, we've got scientists providing evidence as well that do link PFAS to all of the things that your community are experiencing. So I'm no lawyer, but that was the premise of that question.
Yeah, because
that there are other options.
Yeah, and out of the powers of a Senate to direct government Commonwealth agencies, is one of those powers to ask for a special inquiry into that topic?
It could be a recommendation of this. So only the government can tell the departments what to do, and we don't make up the government. We are different senators from different parties. So our report, based on what you're telling us and others around the country experiencing similar, we'll have a number of recommendations, and then we as a committee decide on what recommendations we all agree on, and then we put that to the government, and then the government might have 10 pages of recommendations and only use 1 page of the recommendations. So it's up to the government.
One of those
Pete, do you want
recommendations.
to help me out with that?
I was just going to say the only additional thing that what Lydia said is that the government has to respond to the Senate report once it's been released. And they may take some time to do that. They often go away and consider it. But there'll be a considered response and we can debate that in the Senate. So there's another opportunity for us to say, well, why don't you agree with this? And there's a process that'll then follow.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Yep.
Sorry. In regard to recommendations, I would suggest a recommendation be that the Commonwealth establish a monitoring committee that includes grassroots people, Aboriginal people, and they answer to Parliament. They don't answer to their own departments. They have to report back to department. And part of that monitoring is actually monitoring children and their health. Causation connected to PFAS may never come. So what we need to do is monitor the health of the kids and keep in a database that tells us or tells them as individuals how their health is changing. If causation ever comes, then it's going to be an individual action, not necessarily a class action by this board. But so the recommendation should be the Commonwealth and the Minister for the Environment, the Minister for the Territories, the PMC and Parliament, Prime Minister and not Cabinet, Nowra. RecBay should be included. There's got to be a committee that monitors Jervis Bay Territory and the levels of contamination that exist now and will exist in the future, and coming up with strategies how we deal with them as a community and as a department. The Minister for Environment has remained quiet. They've got hundreds of thousands of tourists that go into Buddaree. Everybody's kept a position because they are agencies of the Commonwealth. DIRT keeps a position because they're an agent and they deliver services. But no one monitors what's going on in a territory. Is there, I think another further recommendation is a regional authority should be set up for Jervis Bay Territory, so they need to come together as partners in the territory to try to work out the problems that this is always going to be in the future. Contamination's there, and either we got to live with it and manage it. Our younger generation needs to make choices and whether they continue to reside in Wreck Bay. But what we're dealing from a social issue is trying to build houses that reduces how contamination affects those people currently residing in Wreck Bay. And what that comes with, whether it's water tanks, solar systems, transgenerational style houses, so grandparents are still there, but their older children are still living on country. Our soil in Wreck Bay hasn't the capacity to build huge housing estates. And it's the money that isn't available to us to do that. So there's a lot of issues, but you can't work it out by having an inquiry. There has to be some action by the Commonwealth to bring all the agencies that have a commitment to the territory together with the community. They need to sit at the table and work out strategies. Defence needs to come from out of their fences because they contaminated in the early 1990s and they failed to monitor that contamination. Remediation action plan that came out of the Coffey report said it would fix itself. Defence needed to monitor it, but they chose not to continue the testing on Wreck Bay land. So again, Defence is allowed to continually contaminate the region. The Department of Environment continually invites tourists in and makes money out of them. Wreck Bay doesn't benefit hugely from that. The only one who benefits is a department. It's paying for their costs to run a national park. They've all remained silent. I think the lid's got to get lifted off their silence, and they need to publicly hold discussions as a group, and the Commonwealth needs to direct such. Because if the Commonwealth does it, then they still remain silent. You're talking about 3D being sued? Maybe it's the Commonwealth that gets sued for their lack of action to deal openly and transparently with the contamination that is affecting our community.
So, and that's perfect what you said. So, would you agree then that if the Commonwealth are allowing tourists to go into areas where there's potentially contaminated water, land, then are they also putting these tourists at risk by not telling people? Like, you know, you talk about Shoalhaven River. Like, is that where I saw all them tourists swimming? Like, this is outrageous.
Like
all them white fellas out there swimming in that water with their flash jet skis and everything, they are swimming in poison.
Commonwealth accepts the safe level, and it's exactly what Kieran Stewart said. There is no safe level. Matt has said it. There is no safe level, but the Commonwealth accepts the standard that allows contamination to happen.
So they are hiding this information. Wreck Bay mob know, the Navy base knows. So this is this little dirty little secret along the New South Wales coast that they're not telling tourists when they come into these towns, put their babies in there. You know, this is shocking to the point where all of those swimmers need to know that they are putting their lives in danger by swimming in those waters. Would you agree with that?
No, I don't agree to the extent in which you're portraying it. What I do recognise is publicly the tourists do know it, and some have been coming to Buddaree for decades and decades, family camping trips. They put the signs like they do at Wreck Bay, it's a water, it's a no-take zone, the creek's clean, you can swim there, or that it's contaminated, don't swim there, but no one's accountable for a uniformed approach to making the levels of contamination public. The Commonwealth and its agencies sit silently and think that a one-page newsletter is satisfactory. To think that the ACT government can come down and test it every 3 months, no one talks to the board, no one comes in and talks to the community, we've tested this and these are the results. They don't share that information. The agencies continue to be silent. And that's...
So can I ask them, I'm just thinking about the Shoalhaven River. So everywhere where there is contaminated water, is there a sign in and out of Wreck Bay, along this area that we drove past? Are there signs everywhere that says this water is contaminated, don't swim there?
There's only 2 creeks that run off Defence land, run onto the 2 beaches, Mary's Beach and Summergloud Beach, and that's where the signs are. I myself don't like eating fish that's caught on Summercloud Beach. You can smell it. But they're saying there's a safe level. You can catch 1 a week or 2 a week. You can digest it. So the scientists actually come up with a menu of what you can and can't do and what you can't take and what you can eat. But it's based around the Commonwealth and the agencies. When you talk about testing properties, I believe that would have come out because they had commercial properties that was contaminated, whether it's up Queensland or North Coast, New South Wales or Western Australia. So how they approach dealing with contamination depends on the location and where the only Aboriginal community and where it's been identified because of the airfield that sits above our land.
So, sorry, just another question on that. So, the beach is contaminated.
Mary's Creek that runs into the beach and Summer Cloud Creek
and we
runs
saw
in the two beaches.
Yep, and we went down there yesterday and saw a snake, a very beautiful snake, dying very slowly on the beach.
It's probably contaminated.
Absolutely, like it was no question, this snake was contaminated.
I talk about the kangaroos dying. No one's ever tested a kangaroo. Why? No one eats rabbit anymore. No one trusts a rabbit.
So my question then, because like where the beaches that we visited yesterday, incredible, you know, the Kardashian wanted to be photographed there, I hear, and I'm glad that you didn't let her, but that's another story. That beach now, like that runs into other beaches where other people are swimming. So in those other beaches outside of Wreck Bay, are there signs to say that this beach water here that you're playing in is contaminated with PFAS?
I don't know, to tell you the truth. I know that Flat Rock Creek, which is in defence land itself, is one of the major contaminated creeks. I know that creek runs into Green Patch, which is one of the most popular camping areas around. So there's a report, and I don't know if you've requested a report on the contamination from Defence, but they released it publicly about 2 years ago.
We will ask them.
Yeah, and so the Commonwealth needs to take, in my view, my recommendation is the Commonwealth needs all the agencies that's in the territory to speak the one language, a Commonwealth language, and not their own language which is based around what their requirements are as an agency.
Thank you, Aunt. I'm going to just hand it back to the other senators. We're 2 minutes over time, but I want to give the other senators an opportunity to ask some more questions.
Just on the back of that line of questioning and understanding, and I really appreciate your consideration and your suggestions for recommendations. I think they're eminently sensible and something that we as a committee should definitely look at and consider quite closely. I thank you for that. Just on the back of this, I know we've heard that Shoalhaven River may be contaminated. I'd be interested if any testing that anyone's aware of has been done in Shoalhaven River, but also tourism in this area is one of the key economic factors, and particularly at Booderee National Park. I've been there. It is an absolutely stunning national park. I think it's the most beautiful national park in Australia. And I'm just very conscious of what impact a loss of tourism to this area would have on the economies for both the community of Wreck Bay and further afield.
Oh, we got three. Okay.
Maxine Brown, I just want to clear up a bit of confusion. The Shoalhaven River's just down the road here. Defence has another base. Albatross is just out west there, not far up the road. And they tested the Shoalhaven River. At the same time, the contamination came out at Mary Creek. Shoalhaven River is contaminated. We were told we can't even get the fish out of there if we wanted to. So the tributaries coming off that river may be Currumbeen Creek, and there may be many, There may be many. So there would be cultural impact in the areas surrounding the Wreck Bay community for the collection of foods up at Myola and Willamia and, Currumbin. So it has been tested, Shoalhaven River. Thank you.
Yeah, Darren Brown. I mean, it's interesting to hear the discussions about the effects of Booderee and the tourism. I mean, a few years ago, it was up around 700,000 people that were coming into this park. Our total was more than what Kakadu and Uluru combined, if you look at the three parks. Commercial operators, there are a lot of people that use that park every day. Christmas, it's obviously different, and holidays is a different situation. But that's obviously there's a money side to this, a value and an economic value. The Shoalhaven tourism industry has just over-advertised the Shoalhaven. A few years ago, there was an ad for this country to where the bloody hell are you? All this stuff contributes to this country, and these businesses survive and rely on this tourism. But there's a hidden, particularly at Booderee, there's this hidden, what do I call it? There's this little evil lurking there that we all know, but they just don't want to put it out there. And I remember when Darren was talking about the dip, everyone from Wreck Bay knows years ago, the foam, when it rained, they used to have these big high foam balls that used to sit on the corner of the road, and that was massive. And it'd just foam right up, and it'd go across the road and then head down towards Captain's Creek, down to the bottom down there. But the beaches at Recce, the Summer Cloud and Mary's, and you're talking about the signage, I think I remember from the test that they'd done, there was a flathead maybe, a brim. They caught them in the ocean, off the boat ramp. They had PFAS in them. They were in the salt water. PFAS is in the seafood in the water. Our kids, they're all down there fishing. They're catching these food. You see them. Gubbars are down there. They're all fishing down in that Summer Cloud. They're scooping the fish. The educational side of PFAS is missed. Donya's point, our kids are swimming down there. We're always fishing. Wreck Bay was built as a fishing village, and how Recce was set up with the old people and the fishing. They still do it today. One family still does it today. Still goes over in summer and goes over back beach at Mary's, put the net out, still haul fish, the whiting and stuff. I think for everything that's been said here today, it's probably for me, the two biggest points is contamination and the psychological damage that contamination has done to this community, and the division of opinions between everybody. And the education side of it, and particularly the Commonwealth. People like Annette and them that have been around a long time have been fighting the government. Aboriginal people are fighting the system. We are fighting that legislative laws. We're not fighting against the normal person in society. We're fighting against these governments and these agencies, like DMP, like DIRD, and like Defence, Goliath and everybody else. So, I don't know. The future of this place at Wreck Bay is going to be a big thing for our community as a whole to get together and work out how we're going to tackle the future. Because don't ever weigh and don't ever sugarcoat the fact that the underlying issue here is that land now is contaminated. It is contaminated, full stop. That's it, it's done. We are told not to go up there. Don't worry about the signs. We're told not to go there. It's done, it's over. Don't even worry about the money now. That's done. But this contamination is the problem and how we move forward.
I'm good. Can I just ask one question to the community? The firefighting foam historically that's been adjacent to Wreck Bay, the PFAS, the company 3M and others phased this out years ago, but there's thousands of other PFAS compounds, polyfluoroalkyl compounds out there in our lives now. Would the community, and these compounds are being banned overseas, and so far here in Australia, the government's moving to ban a small number of them from being imported into Australia. From your experience, your shocking experience, would you recommend that these compounds are banned, that we don't produce them in the first place? Especially if you support the hypothesis that there's no safe level for the use of these compounds, would that be something that you would recommend?
I think all polyurethane products should be removed, because no one then can play the blame game. The first thing that was spoken to our community, but it exists in your uniform you wear, it's in the cooking, it's in your bottles of water that's made. So it should be all removed, in my view.
Hi everyone, my name's Kieran Brown. I'm a traditional owner from Wreck Bay. I now live in Sydney, but I was born and raised in the community. And as a young boy, I just want to tell you a story. As a young boy, I used to go playing out Back Beach where the Mary's Creek is, and we used to slide off the sand dunes and jump in the water, and there was all these white and yellow foam bubbles there. We used to just dive into them, thinking they were just there from the water, not knowing that they was actually contaminated. Now, as an adult, I have got a body full of benign tumours. Not sure if any of them are cancerous, but I have quite a few of them on my back. When I was 7 years old, my mum passed away. She had a very rare form of cancer. It was in her eye. When she found out about that, she had a very quick, time of death. So it wasn't, it wasn't a long way away. It was kind of very short. We weren't even allowed to go on a trip out of the area. We just, So I just wanted to say that. And also my other mother, my cultural mother, she became very sick recently, like a year ago. She'd been sick for a while, started off with dialysis and diabetes, and then it went to heart problems until she finally passed away a year ago. And she had all these things all in one, and I believe that that is all from PFAS. Everything that has happened in my family with my mothers, both of them, and myself. So, just thought I'd say that.
Thank you. I'll need to draw this session to a close. Thank you so much for being so honest. And, I can't... The pain and suffering that you have to endure and that your old people have endured and young people have endured and continue to endure is insurmountable, and we are all indebted and we are all dedicated to doing something about this situation. As I've said before, it's all across the party lines that supported this inquiry, and on behalf of the committee, we thank you, and our heart is with you all, and you will all be sent a copy of what has been said today. You may be followed up by the Secretariat in case of spelling or certain comments that were made that weren't quite captured by the audio.
Our legislation has actually got bylaw making powers, but it's a toothless tiger. So for our We can't, and their occupation of that land still continues. All that would be put in place is an agreement under a lease and what responsibilities we as two parties have. And it forms the basis of building a better relationship with Defence. And we need that, because the only other land that's available is also where there's facilities, not on a... So there's two areas of Defence land in Jervis Bay Territory. We had a vacancy and put forward that we have a slice of Defence land to build houses for the community. 12 months later, they were digging it up and built more Defence resources and facilities. So all I'm saying, if Defence wants an honest partnership, then they need to stop rejecting Wreck Bay's land claims. And the Durd need to stop rejecting our land claim, because they continue to enter into commercial leases that push joint management and co-management with the Commonwealth further out, because they put commercial leases first. So it's probably the recommendation I just wanted to put in at the end. The relationships that they build with the community now or in the future will help the community grow stronger, get the capacity to monitor, be trained on the job to do what they need to do.
Thank you. Yep.
Thanks, Amy.
Yep. Thank you again, and thank you for recommendations. You know, they'll be part of the report. So we're still going around the country, and if bursting with an idea or missed out saying something, you can still write to us or call us and get that on the record. For those that have got paperwork or evidence that you want to share with us as part of this inquiry, please send that through so that also can be part of the report. Yep. So now we're going to have a break, and there's a feed up the back there, the toilets are there, and we'll go on to the next session. So have a feed, break, and then we'll be calling on Dr. David Goldberg is next. Senate inquiry on PFAS. Apologies for the delays. It was very important that we gave good time to community to provide their feedback on what's going on at Wreck Bay. So thanks again. I now welcome Dr. David Goldberg. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
I'm David Goldberg. I'm a practising medical practitioner, general practice, and I was the Wreck Bay doctor from 2000 to 2008.
Thank you. We've had Senator Perrin-Davey had to leave early, but we do have Senator Brockman online. And I now invite you, Dr. David Goldberg, to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you very much. I have to say, I have to repeat the qualifications, before I accepted the invitation, and that is I'm not an expert toxicologist. And after I left Wreck Bay as the GP in 2008, I've maintained an informal association with it and a love for it and its people. But I haven't got hard data, which you might be after. So I'll just put that disclaimer in before I make an opening statement. Basically, I'm aware of the international evidence that suggests that PFAS is a very likely carcinogen, certainly an immunosuppressant, also a modest increase in blood cholesterol, and for all we know there might be further dangerous side effects that we're not familiar with. I'm also aware that the Wreck Bay community has definitely been exposed to this chemical, or this family of chemicals, and although the epidemiologists will tell you, and I even had a conversation, we were discussing respiratory viruses in Australia only a few weeks ago, nobody can prove a cancer cluster. It's statistically not possible by the very definition of its small sample. But we know a cancer cluster when we see one, even though we can't statistically prove it. And I am convinced that Wreck Bay is being subject to a cancer cluster, and that the very likely cause is PFAS exposure. So my feeling is we've got a very likely carcinogen implicated in a cancer cluster which can't be proven, but as a doctor, the main reason I'm here is to say that on the basis of my medical intelligence over the last 50 years, this is a cancer cluster. So the precautionary principle should be, if it's likely to be implicated, the first thing you do is stop its use, even though that might be a painful thing to do in our society, to at least stop future harm. As for compensation, it's difficult because we haven't proved, as I said, a cancer cluster. You can't, statistically. And I'm not a lawyer, but maybe highly likely to have been the cause might not do it. So the precautionary principle is stop it as soon as you suspect harm. Now, unfortunately, the precautionary principle, which I think should be in play, irrespective of our debate on how much medical harm this family of chemicals has caused to the community is suffering because of the precautionary principle, which we have to apply, which is no swimming, no fishing, no bush tucker, no home veggies, you know, a huge imposition on a community to try and reduce the chance of future harms.
Thank you, Dr. Goldberg. We'll ask a series of questions now from the committee. So, Senator Goetsch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Doctor, for being here. May I just ask you to, accepting the caveats you've put on in terms of expertise and the nature of identifying what you describe as a cancer cluster, are you able to outline the basis of your concerns based on your experience and conversations you've had in the Wreck Bay community?
In my 8 years as the doctor there, I had 2 people under 50. One died of bowel cancer, one died of breast cancer from the same family. And by the way, you can have family clusters besides community clusters. You know, all the oncologists know about this, not that we're sure why. But as gene technology improves, we might know more later. So that doesn't necessarily implicate PFAS, the PFAS group. But basically, I have been informally in touch with the community since 2008, and I'm aware of the number of people who've died and, in most cases, what the cause of death was. And as I said, the actual numbers, as evidenced by, I'm not changing my story about statistically you cannot prove a cancer cluster, but the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare has got very damning statistics on Wreck Bay. You know, for that decade between 2010 and 2020, it was the #1 community in Australia for likelihood of dying under 75. And in 4 other years, it was #2. So I'm aware that many people are dying, that most of them it's from cancer, most of them at a younger age that we would expect from some of the cancers that they had, and some were from heart disease. There's a tenuous possible relationship between PFAS and heart disease, in that we know it can give you a dyslipidemia, it can disorder the lipids in your blood like cholesterol, but my personal opinion is that's a small effect. Plus, if you're getting even half reasonable medical screening, that risk can be mitigated with medication or lifestyle changes. So even excluding the heart disease, I think the cancer cluster on its own, and the conclusion I've come to, is the small number of people, the large number of deaths under 75 in this community over 10, 15 years, and the fact that we have almost certainly, not certainly, a carcinogen with certain contact with that chemical.
Some of the conversations we had yesterday, as well as some of the conversations that occurred this morning, pointed to the psychological or well-being impacts of this contamination in the community. Are you able to shed some light or offer some observations about the effect of the notification of the PFAS contamination in the Wreck Bay area and the waterways on the health and well-being of the community at a holistic level, or at a mental health or psychological level?
Well, it would be second-hand information. I'd be passing on information based on conversations I've had with Wreck Bay residents over the last few years. But on first principles, nearly all Aboriginal communities have a very strong relationship with their country, with their land, with their water. And I can certainly attest to the fact that the Wreck Bay community is typical in that respect. They love their salt water for fishing and swimming. They love their bush tucker. They love where they live. Where they live is one of the most popular national parks in Australia where you have to ballot if you want to get in there during school holidays. So what's not to love about Buddery? So I think, irrespective of illness and dying, the one thing I'm certain of is, because of the precautionary principle with the presence of a potential carcinogen, there is real current hurt to the community by all the things they can't do.
From a health perspective, you referred to screening earlier. Are there other measures or broader measures that can be implemented to address some of the health consequences or potential health consequences of this exposure?
Well, here's where I'm not an expert on an individual who we suspect might be poisoned with PFAS. I'm not aware of any palliative, mitigating, chelating processes that are available to a doctor to help an individual who they suspect or have proven to be poisoned by PFAS. The tragedy is, my understanding is that this pollutant can't be remediated, and it persists in the environment for maybe centuries. So I'm very impressed that members of the Senate have taken the trouble to come down here to find out what's going on, because I think the answers to some of the challenges that you're going to hear simply are not available. In other words, I don't think we can fix this. And for example, the harms done to the community by all the stuff they can't do, that means a lot to them, is going to go on for many generations. All I can see good coming out of this is recognition of the problem, admission of how it came to be, compensation, although how you compensate people for losing their lives and losing their lifestyle, I actually don't know. Stopping the use of this agent as soon as possible to reduce future harms. But for remediation, I am unaware of anything we can do except to try and reduce the exposure to those still living there. So there's compensation, there's protecting people in the future to learn the lessons of Wreck Bay and other places near Navy and Air Force installations. But for actually fixing the problem, I hate to say it, and I've been thinking about this for years, I'm not aware of any expert who's convinced me that this can be remediated, that the soil and the water and the creeks can be cleaned. Combined with the fact that it is a persisting pollutant, so it sticks around for generations, maybe centuries.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Senator Wishwilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The documentary that's showing around the world at the moment on Stan, I think it's How to Poison a Planet. They talk about documents, and there was a whistleblower from the company that produced the PFAS originally, was used in firefighting foam, that their own internal tests on rats and mice had shown that it had quickly created tumours and there'd been a high mortality rate, and they were very concerned internally at their own results. Statistically proving a cancer cluster obviously is one thing, but are you aware of any tests that have been done on these compounds at different concentrations to show the impacts on health, like cancers or endocrine disruption and other?
No, it's unethical to do double-blind studies on something where you've got very strong evidence that it's definitely an immunosuppressant and probably a carcinogen, so you can't conduct the studies.
Right.
All you can do is use population medicine data.
I see. So those original studies have precluded any other kind of studies on?
Oh.
Yeah.
If somebody's done animal studies,
yeah,
which have thrown up a red light, you know, of potential harm, then there are processes whereby that agent isn't introduced to the community, into the environment, or that further tests are done. If someone knew that this was dangerous long before anything was done about it, that's just awful, and I'm sure that would have a big effect on legal issues like compensation, whether it's the Australian Defence Force or 3M.
Okay.
But the fact remains, we have a persisting pollutant.
Yeah.
It's probably carcinogenic. By the way, one mechanism of cancer is immunosuppression. People think that the immune system is only for killing bugs, you know, to reduce the effect of infections from bacteria, funguses, viruses. But the immune system, population data on autopsy, which means people of all ages, some who've had traumatic deaths, suggests that for every person who dies of a cancer, there's 8 cancers in the community that have been nipped in the bud, that have been killed by an immune system. So you can have a direct carcinogenic effect, which is genetic. It damages the cell. But you can also have immunosuppression, so that should you get a replication error in the cell, even in the absence of a carcinogen, in the early stages of that cancer, the immune system is going to recognise it as not a normal cell and kill it.
Yeah.
So we think something like 8 cancers to 1. We kill 8 cancers for every one that gets through.
Right.
So keep in mind it's probably a carcinogen, but it's definitely an immunosuppressant.
Okay.
So that's enough for me.
And does it bioaccumulate in the human body? Like we've heard stories about that in biodiversity. Like I know some other things do bioaccumulate in the human body, but would an autopsy show levels of PFAS after a mortality?
An autopsy won't help because we're dealing at a cellular level. But if you're bad enough, you can pick up blood levels in the living and after death of the PFAS family. But I am sure that it can cause damage at levels that are undetectable with present technology before you know, in vivo or after, you know, when your patient's alive or at an autopsy.
And can I just clarify one of your recommendations? I think the last one was that we should remove these products from use, precautionary principle and other factors. Could you clarify that? Are you talking about, I mean, obviously one thing governments are doing around the world is starting to ban PFAS and PFOS compounds. I think the federal government's just moving to ban one set of compounds at the moment under an international treaty, but there's still thousands of them out there. Would you recommend that more of these compounds or all of them are banned?
Yeah. Well, it's very difficult because we've come to depend on, or we think we've come to depend on them. But I think there should be a very short honeymoon period, like giving people notice that they're going to have to shut down production and find a replacement, like a year or 2 max.
Yeah.
And we should just take the hard decision and ban something that is almost certainly poisonous.
Yeah. It seems that the rest of the world's moving in that direction. Maybe not.
Well, I think that's the direction to move in, and I think it's too slow at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, yeah.
We have to live in the real world, but the fact remains, you know, it's highly likely people are dying from this. What is certain is people's lifestyle has been dismantled. Now, what price do you put on that?
Yes, you can't put
for a non-stick fry pan. No, I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah. You mentioned about remediation, because I was certainly going to ask Defence this later. We've heard some evidence yesterday at our meeting with Mob on Country that the Defence has done some soil remediation and other things on the base itself, right, at the airstrip. Are you aware of anything that they've done, like on the base itself? I mean, this is happening in other parts of the country, including commercial.
I'm really sorry, I didn't hear all of the question.
Sorry, are you aware of any remediation work that's done to remove contaminated soil from the airstrip, around the airstrip, or the hangars and the kind of places where they used to use the foam.
This doesn't mean that they haven't been trying, but no, I'm unaware of any remediation.
Okay. And then you were talking about remediation outside the boundaries, so within country, for the Wreck Bay mob. You think it's impossible to do any kind of remediation? It looks like a very sensitive ecosystem to me. I'm not sure how you would remove soil from some of the places we saw yesterday without disrupting other things. Has there been any attempt or any studies into how to do this?
The data we have for the moment is that it can't be remediated.
Right. Just because of physical constraints or negative impacts of remediation?
Well, basically, you'd have to destroy the bush to remediate it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
You'd need a bulldozer and then...
Yeah. So that's what it would require. Just you'd have to totally trash the place.
Unfortunately, yeah, that's my take on the data.
That was what I thought yesterday visiting it. It looked very sensitive, like very sensitive country.
Yeah.
Okay. And just lastly, just in your personal experience, Doctor, the 8 years that you were with the mob and then you've been in close contact with them since, is this kind of something you were noticing over the years and questioning the health impacts with the community you must have got very close to over that time?
Yeah, well, like I say, it was an informal association that I maintained.
Yeah.
Just chats when we bumped into each other. But it became really obvious to me a few years ago that Wreck Bay is the victim of a cancer cluster.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Goldberg. I have a couple of questions. We know it's very difficult to conduct a study in a small population showing PFAS exposure causes health impacts. In April 2024, the US EPA finalised the most rigorous and comprehensive toxicity assessments on the two best-known forever chemicals, PFOA and PFOS, to date. It linked PFAS exposure to some types of cancers, including kidney, breast, bladder, testicular, increased cholesterol and risk of obesity, reduced immunity, hormonal disruption, developmental effects in children and decreased fertility. Noting it is just anecdotal evidence, can you tell us whether you observed increased rates of any of these health conditions during your time working with the Wreck Bay community?
Well, as I said before, between 2000 and 2008, I had two patients in their 40s die of cancer, one of breast cancer, one of bowel cancer. But if we just confine ourselves to those 8 years, that's all I can recall. And they were from one family, but they're in their 40s, and it's very unusual for bowel cancer to metastasize and threaten someone's life under 50. But I've admitted, there are family genetic factors that can cause family clusters of cancers, and they were both from the same family. But that, in retrospect, it's much more likely that they were the start of a cancer cluster. But in answer to your question, two fairly young people dying of cancer in the 8 years I was there. But I didn't see any of the other.
Increased cholesterol?
There was plenty of increased cholesterol, and it's not fair to blame it all on PFAS. There's an epidemic of dyslipidemia all across Western societies, but my reading of it is that PFAS is going to do something like add 10 or 20% to your cholesterol. So if it's up already, it'll make it worse. If it's medium, it'll make it worse. If it's normal, it'll make it mildly abnormal.
Yeah.
But as I said, you can actually do something about that.
Yeah.
But we're limited in what we can do about disseminated cancer and bush that can't be remediated. There's things we can do and there's things we can't do at the moment.
So, Dr. Goldberg, did you provide any of that health data to authorities or researchers?
No, nobody approached me, and like I say, I don't have access to data beyond 2008. The Sydney Morning Herald team approached the Waminda doctor, who I think is coming out half a day a week or a day a week. Can't keep up with the slow deterioration in primary care in Wreck Bay. But she, according to Carrie Fellner, she didn't reply to any approaches. And nobody else has approached me, and I don't have data, just stories after 2008, but lots of stories in a very small community. And the only cancers that I can report in my time are 2 people in their 40s. One died of breast cancer, one died of bowel cancer.
Thank you. So PFAS is accumulative in the blood. Would it be helpful for the Wreck Bay community to have access to regular blood given to draw down the PFAS levels in their blood?
I'm sorry to be so vague because I'm trying to help as much as I can, but I really don't know if there's remediation for people even if we knew they had high levels. So I'd just like to say 2 things. I believe when you're working at cellular and molecular levels, if you've got no discernible level of a contaminant in your blood that we're researching in case it's dangerous, if your blood test is negative, I don't think that disqualifies you, that protects you from the dangers of PFAS. And it also depends on our technology, like what are our thresholds for picking it up? We're talking about tiny, tiny amounts causing a lot of damage. But I am unaware of, except for a conversation half an hour ago about venesection, actually bleeding people to try and get some of the contaminant out, which I don't know about. So I have to say I'm not up to date. I'm not qualified on that account. I would be surprised if something as primitive and clunky as venesection is going to reduce somebody's risk if we do find PFAS in their blood.
Thank you. Senator Ghosh, did you have any more questions? Thank you. Hey. Okay, I'm going to ask another one. So no matter how all the different cancers and health conditions were caused, what health support is available to the community given it is one of the highest needs in the country? You talked about primary health, I think it's maybe a day a week, or like, can you elaborate on that, and what supports is community getting to deal with all of these health issues?
I hate to say this in public, I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on at Wreck Bay. I knew when I left that the primary care level would drop, because it meant fewer options, fewer days for seeing a doctor, loss of 24-hour cover, and maybe the need to drive somewhere to see a doctor. I have to say that seeing a doctor in Bay and Basin at the moment for anybody is a challenge. There's a shortage of doctors. It's hard to get continuity of care. Anybody in the Bay and Basin area, irrespective of their community, is probably getting suboptimal primary care, either too difficult to access or maybe too expensive for some people as bulk billing evaporates. But as for the exact services right now available to Wreck Bay, I should know, but I actually don't.
So if you had a blank cheque and you wanted to sort out the health issues in Wreck Bay, what do you think, because we're writing up recommendations and reports here to tell the government, can you support this and put your money where your mouth is to support this? So what do you think Wreck Bay needs in terms of health support?
The first thing, if it's a blank check, I would move the village. If there could be found another place close to salt water that would accept a village of 300 or 400 people, I would move the village. That in itself carries costs, emotional costs, besides enormous financial costs. So the first thing I do is try and restore the lifestyle, the access to salt water for fishing and swimming, access to the creek, access to bush tucker. If we can find a clean part of Buddery that's acceptable to the majority of people. The second thing I do is, in view of the fact that they have probably been poisoned inadvertently by the ADF, I would make sure that they had free standard medical screening, the kind of stuff we do for anybody, mammograms for women, fecal occult blood for everybody, but instead of using the normal range, over 50, I'd bring it down to 30 or offer it to the whole community. And a lot of these screening tests are very cheap, but I'd make sure that they actually had access to a primary care doctor who was there. They didn't have to put petrol in their car and go and find one, drive off to one. So, I would staff a clinic at least in preventive care. Blood tests for dyslipidemia, all the standard screening we do for older Australians, I would offer it to everybody, say from 30 instead of 50.
Are you shocked in your medical career and profession that this community has just been left like this? Are you it's, people talk about genocide. This is wiping people out. And no one cares. So
that's even though I'm not an expert, that's why I'm here, because I don't know what we can do, but I'm with you. I'm appalled at what's going on, and I have to admit, as I said, even if there was political will and a blank check, doing something about it might not even be within our technological means. But at least let's get to the position of admitting a problem, admitting causation or likely causation, compensation, and at least acknowledgement. The minimum. It's bad enough to have your elders dying and your not so elders dying, and you're swimming and you're fishing and you're drinking water from the creek and your bush tucker taken away from you. But when you have to go to court to try and prove that you've lost something, it's just appalling. It's demoralising. Yeah, I find it hard to believe what's happening. A slow motion train wreck. And Wreck Bay is not the only community suffering like this. But it's special because of their link to the land and the salt water.
Thank you, Dr. Goldberg. That concludes this part of the session. If you've been asked to provide any material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat by Friday, 7th of February 2025, and thank you very much for appearing today.
Thank you for coming to the Shoalhaven to hear the stories and admit we've got a huge problem.
Yep.
Thank you.
We're committed. Thank you. Just one sec, brother, because we've got to get.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Goldberg. Are you okay?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we'll just grab the microphone.
I just wanted to say that my father passed away from bowel cancer in his 40s, and it was during that time.
Take your time.
we were very lucky because what came out when Dad chose to go to Wollongong and do the genetic tests was that bowel cancer was identified as being caused locally and not genetically. So I think that's important to add to this.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Sorry.
Anyone else? No?
Okay, we're going to move on to the next session now. I now welcome Mr. Craig Alsop, Joint Head of Class Actions at Shine Lawyers. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Craig Richard Alsop, and I appear in my capacity as Joint Head of Class Actions at Shine Lawyers.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair and esteemed Senators. I'm grateful for the opportunity to appear here in person to give evidence in support of the Wreck Bay community. I listened to the full community session this morning and I agree and support everything that was said by the community members, including the dissatisfaction with the outcome of the class action. I'm here primarily to support further action and recommendations on behalf of the Wreck Bay community, but if it assists the Select Committee, I can give a brief overview of the class action because I do know it came up a few times through the community session. So I think the...
We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, I always speak too quietly. As was already made clear, I think the most important point is that class action only related to economic loss and cultural loss and excluded personal injury and health issues because of the reasons already given to this committee, that basically the science wasn't there from a legal perspective and it still may not be there despite what seems like overwhelming anecdotal evidence. So if the science gets there or there's some further development, it's completely open to the community to seek further redress for the terrible, terrible stories about personal injuries and health issues and cancers and everything that the community's had to suffer. One of the reasons we brought the class action when we did and seeking the losses that we sought was because a defence report came out in 2016, and if the claim wasn't brought at that time, it potentially would have been lost forever due to limitation issues. So the claim was brought there. It focused on, as has already been said, loss of land value and in particular cultural loss, which is something unique to the Wreck Bay contamination. Shine Lawyers has brought 9 class actions on behalf of 9 other communities, but this is the only First Nations community with the unique issue of the connection to land and the loss of culture, and you've already heard from the community about the impact that will have on future generations. I think it may well already be known by the Select Committee, but I did just want to make clear that in terms of at least the class action and consistent with what group members have said, this contamination was caused by the AFFF firefighting foam that was used on 2 defence sites on 2 hills above Wreck Bay and the beaches and Mary's Creek. And this was historic use. I don't think the people on the ground certainly had no idea what they were doing, but in addition to everything that's been discussed, we've had anecdotal stories of defence people and the community, for example, making fake snowfields at Christmas using this field to entertain the kids, sending off ceremonies when people were leaving, covering them in this foam. They just had no idea. So I don't think there's any doubt that the land is contaminated, but as has been raised by group members, that testing is a real issue. You can't just test once a year or ad hoc testing across all the sites. I think the results have shown great variability in levels of PFAS depending on weather patterns, fire events and things like that. The key issue in the Wreck Bay class action, and you've heard the dissatisfaction from some of the community with the amount that was paid, is this challenge of valuing cultural loss in a Western legal system. Justice Lee, who approved that settlement, noted the difficulties in that regard. And at the end of the day, the Commonwealth offered what it did, and we had to assess what could be achieved. And I share as much frustration as everybody else, because in some ways you can't put a dollar value on it, but in other ways it's such a profound impact. It is true group members, are getting 13,000 or 15,000. How is that compensation for this permanent impact on themselves and their children and their grandchildren? So I'm very pleased that the Select Committee has come to Wreck Bay in person to hear the particular challenges for Wreck Bay. It's because of the First Nations connection to land. I think it is one of the worst impacted. It's a small community, and there is an opportunity for government action along the lines that have been recommended by the community members themselves that I can't achieve in a court case. So yeah, I look forward to seeing the recommendations of the committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the class action or any of the anecdotal evidence I've heard. Sorry, I will just note, I have spoken to many of the group members that spoke today directly, and I've been privileged to be on country and heard a lot of stories, and I'm happy to share any of that with the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alsop. I'll hand it over to Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today. May I ask, how did you go about identifying members of the class for the purposes of this litigation?
As you kind of already heard allusion to, there's a vast and complicated statutory framework in relation to the Wreck Bay lands and the Wreck Bay community. So the definition was based on the Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Register of living community members as at the time the Defence report came out in 2016, and people that were eligible were those community members or spouses or descendants. Justice Lee was very concerned about that aspect and actually got an independent referee's report from a First Nations barrister as to how the proceeds should be distributed, and made orders for distribution based on that report.
In relation to the distribution of the settlement money, was consideration given to pooling that money or the creation of a community fund as distinct from individual compensation payments?
Consideration was... Sorry. I'm still not loud enough. Consideration...
Speak up a bit.
Yeah. Consideration was given to a variety of different remedies, noting the inadequacy of monetary compensation. I will note that the Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Council, as the holder of the land, did receive a significant proportion of the settlement sum to direct how it saw fit towards community measures, but keeping in mind the need for a settlement to be in the interests of all group members and fair and reasonable, it was very difficult to come up with something that could be approved other than a direct distribution in accordance with kind of a pro rata allocation of the settlement funds. But we did get the independent referee so that it wasn't Shine lawyers deciding that.
Was one of the issues with making that decision the distinction to be drawn between group members who still lived on country and in community and those who didn't?
There was a distinction, and there were various tiers depending how far you lived from the community and how far descended you were and things like that. So there was quite a detailed distribution scheme.
Are those documents publicly available, or are they?
Yes, certainly. So they were all included in the court's orders. I did note concern raised in the community session about whether objections had made their way to the court. I can assure the committee that they did, and further, I'm happy to provide, just for the sake of convenience, the orders, the judgment, any written objections, and also transcripts of oral objections at the approval hearing to the committee. I can email that to Emma and Ben.
I think that would be very helpful. Thank you. You referred to the limitation period issue in relation to the release of the Defence Department report and thus the timing pressure or potential timing pressure on the class action. Given the long tail elements of PFAS exposure or the environmental impacts, do you think there's a basis to extend or perhaps dispense with limitation issues in relation to PFAS-related pollution. I appreciate I'm asking for an opinion.
It's possible. Limitation may be an issue for these health-related concerns or not. It's a little different because the science isn't there, so there isn't necessarily a claim. Because Defence had issued the report, it was known the land was contaminated. That had an impact at that point. I think absent government intervention, it would be very difficult to extend the limitation period in the ordinary course. Certainly in relation to these health claims, the position isn't so clear.
And you referred to the 9 class actions that Shine's bringing in relation to related or analogous matters, and also the limitations on the legal process in some respects. If there were recommendations or lessons from your experience of running those class actions for policymakers, would you be able to either share some of them now, or I'm happy for you to take that on notice if you'd like to think about it a bit further, but I think the committee would benefit from the insights from that experience.
Certainly. So it was 10 sites in total across 4 class actions that Shine has run. As I mentioned, all the others didn't have the First Nations element, and it only saw economic loss. So if you were living in Bullsbrook, the Defence report came out, your house dropped by 20%. That's something that can be grappled with and dealt with through the court system through compensation. So in that respect, I would only again emphasise the need for testing because all of those class actions settled without final expert evidence and final findings on the contamination and the extent of it. So people that are living there still don't necessarily know how contaminated their land is, and it's also the case for Wreck Bay. So the testing and the knowledge of how much contamination is out there, I think, is critical and is probably something that needs to be driven by the government. I can't force Defence or anybody else through a court proceeding to do additional testing, or if I could, it would be extraordinarily difficult and expensive.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Wish-Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Did you get anything formal or informal around how the $25 million was put together, I suppose, or how did they arrive at that figure of the Commonwealth? Did they provide any guidance on that?
They did not.
Right. Did you seek it, or did the community seek feedback and it was not provided?
I think the Commonwealth certainly knew the basis and the amount of damages that we were seeking, and then, as is typically the case in class actions, particularly.
Can you remind us what that was, by the way, what you were seeking for the community?
It was as much as $180 million, like in a complete, noting all the limitations on cultural loss and things like that. We were the plaintiffs representing the community. We're going to go in hard on things like that.
Of course.
So
it was about an eighth of what you were asking for, then 25 million, roughly.
Well, the 180 was theoretical maximum in a way. So that would, even if you went to court and got the best outcome you could ever hope for, what you would recover would be some proportion significantly less than that. But as was mentioned, there were several mediations. The mediations are subject to confidentiality, but I can obviously give you answers confidentially if you want further detail. But the matter settled basically on the day of trial, and the Commonwealth knew the framework we were operating in, but did not provide an explanation of the calculation of the final amount that was offered and accepted.
Because I mean, it's been mentioned several times today. And you said His Honour made the same comment that it's very hard to value the loss of culture or the impacts on culture or loss of amenity, or however you want to describe it. So the Commonwealth must have had some methodology. I mean, would they have picked a dollar amount per head in the community, for example, based on other payouts in other places, maybe not directly comparable, given this was a precedent? this is the first precedent that you're aware of, by the way, around loss of cultural amenity with PFAS. Has it happened anywhere else around the world?
I can't say as to around the world. There's a couple of very limited precedents in Australia where they were appealed and the amounts eventually paid to entire communities were quite low, like $1.3 million. So in terms of getting the $22 million, I think that was advancing the state of recognition of cultural loss.
Are they First Nations, those other?
Yes,
they
yes.
Were 1.3, okay.
Yeah.
But they didn't provide any, you didn't get any feedback at all?
That one I referred to was the subject of a judgment. I'm happy to send through a reference to that or a copy of that to the committee, because I think there was some calculation of that. I think the initial award was, and I might be wrong because I'm speaking to recollection, was maybe $40,000 per person, but then it got appealed and knocked down lower and lower to the ultimate amount of 1.3 for the whole community.
And the 25 million, was there any sense given as to whether that applied to historic loss of cultural amenity or future loss of cultural amenity? Was there any sense from Defence, or the Defence I should say, as to whether remediation, for example, had mitigated future impacts on cultural amenity?
Defence disputed basically every aspect of our claim, and the settlement was made without admission. So I mean, the short answer is that I don't know, but I do think it was a recognition of impact on current and future generations of cultural loss. The way the claim was framed was not seeking historical loss. You had to be alive as at the date the contamination was first reported.
Yeah. Okay. And there wouldn't have been any scope for the judge to make any directions around future funding on mitigation or adaptation measures, like from monitoring programs through to for either health or PFAS in the community or remediation. There was nothing mentioned around that in the summary.
No, not in the judgment. As I said, I'll send through a copy of Justice Lee's judgment, but that was resolving the present, at that time, legal claim. Just on the remediation point, I was given a tour of one of the bases and attempts to remediate, but further to what Dr. Goldberg said, I've got no idea if they're remotely effective or if there is anything that is effective, but I do know that at least attempts have been made to remediate. But I should stress that's in terms of current runoff from Defence sites, not remediating the Wreck Bay lands directly, as far as I know.
It just seems to me that if these forever chemicals are there and always present, and if it's going to be very difficult to remediate the area, especially outside the base or the airfield, and therefore there's risk in perpetuity, looking at the time value of money, the community's got next to nothing if this is going to be an issue for another 100 or 1,000 years. Like, it really is just, it's almost an insult.
Yes, I acknowledge that and I agree. I got taken to sites, for example, where you could see grooves in rocks made from axe sharpening over hundreds of years. The communities had a connection to the land for thousands of years, which on the present state of technology, they may never be able to have again. I think Annette made some suggestions. I think we need to focus on the health of the people that are still in the community and stop it from becoming even more of a catastrophe than it already is.
Yeah. Well, my last question, I'll go to you, Chair. I would have others once you finished. The case was taken against Defence as the Commonwealth Department. You had a time period in which you needed to do that. Was any thought given to a civil case against 3M itself? Given, obviously, there's a history of litigation and settlements that they've made overseas. I'm just interested as to why it was made against Defence and not against the company that, at least according to reports, was aware 50, 60 years ago the health risks of these particular chemical types.
Yes, certainly consideration was given at the time, and it's constantly under consideration. I think whether by Shine Lawyers or anybody else, there will be future litigation in relation to the PFAS contamination of our country and First Nations communities as more and more becomes known about it. In the instance of Wreck Bay, there were quite complicated knowledge issues, and the claim related to the what defence ought to have known about the potential risks of using the foam. So it wasn't related specifically to any particular health injury or anything like that. So it was defence that used it. We alleged that they used it when they knew there were risks. That was the basis of that claim. That doesn't preclude claims against 3M, and as I would like to see 3M held to account in this country as much as anybody else, because we're all victims of it.
Indeed. And sorry, Chair, if you don't mind me, just to follow up on that. So, did 3M have any did they make any direct submissions through the legal process, or are you aware, were they involved at all with providing information to the Commonwealth? They obviously didn't co-join in terms of the litigation, but
from my perspective, representing the community, they weren't involved. Whether there are any discussions between Defence and 3M in relation to the claim, or the Commonwealth and 3M, I don't know.
Okay. Not prepared to speculate. Fair enough. That's it for me. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Alsop, regarding the Wreck Bay class settlement, you stated that it was essentially a land value claim, but that you believe the real fight will be in relation to personal injury claims. And you explained how the judge wanted to emphasise that this settlement did not exclude future personal injury claims. Can you please expand on what this means for potential future litigation regarding PFAS, both for the Wreck Bay community and other members of the public?
Yes, I'll do the best I can. Just to adopt one of Dr. Goldberg's qualifications earlier, I'm a lawyer, not a scientist or an expert, and we do depend on the science. So, but if you look to the US and the way the claims have developed, what has been the subject of the Dark Waters documentary and a lot of legal action in the US is contamination of water supplies, and then governments and water corporations seeking compensation to remediate those water supplies. Even in the US, the personal injury claims in relation to PFAS are still in their infancy and still being developed. I think the science is developing every year. Associate Professor Nick Osborne's evidence, I think, might be useful to you. He was actually a referee expert in the Wreck Bay class action toxicology and epidemiology, and he made certain findings at that point a couple of years ago, but the science has moved on so much since then. So it's still, in terms of litigation, it's still a future prospect based on the current state of the science. But I am hoping through the Select Committee and other government action that something can be done, because court is really a last resort.
Thank you. Can you explain why, as part of the class action, elders' stories from those who worked the land or hosed down the fire trucks, even in the late 60s and 70s, were not put forward? And why were elders not centred in the case?
There was evidence put forward, and Justice Lee actually did some preservation of evidence hearings on country. In terms of running a legal proceeding, we have to assess what any given person can and can't say and the likely weight it will be given by the court, and whether it's admissible. And we've all heard these horrifying stories about the use of the firefighting foam and things like that, but it might be my dad told me or something like that, which isn't necessarily going to persuade a court or defence in terms of settlement discussions. So we wanted to tell as many stories as possible, but we also had to keep in mind what is going to maximise the prospects of the highest settlement or judgment in the class action.
So does that mean that the courts don't acknowledge oral history?
Certainly, to the extent that evidence has to be admissible under the Evidence Act, it's another example of a clash between the Western legal system and First Nations traditions, because there's certain standards that have to be met for evidence to be admissible.
I would say that's a deliberate clash, but anyway, that's another story. So, what did you tell community beforehand in terms of what amount of settlement they might be able to expect?
Certainly from the time I became involved, which was the start of 2023, I was very keen to ensure coming to the matter kind of fresh, that I understood what the likely recoverability was and managed expectations, because as Justice Lee himself said in the judgment, you know, there's a difference between what he can award under law and what is fair, and I was very, very keen to make sure that was understood by the community. So I went down to the community shortly after I took over the matter. I met with WBAC, I did community sessions down on country to explain those expectations as best as I could. I mean, there's a lawyer telling you what you might get, and there's what you feel like you deserve, and I'm a person like everybody else, so it doesn't surprise me that there was still like quite intense disappointment from some community members with the settlement that was achieved.
So, did you go to the community beforehand and say, look, you might get 50 grand each? Like, did you give an amount to any community member of what they might be likely to receive?
I personally didn't, because of the uncertainty, especially at that point, you kind of had the parties at opposite ends, so there was no idea where that might resolve. In terms of a class action and a legal claim, they're really, really novel issues, so it's very hard to put a number on anything. I just emphasised that there were a lot of risks, that we were aiming to maximise the amount of money that we could get, but it could be very, very much less than numbers that might have been being discussed within the community.
I have a question from community, actually quite a few. So, is it correct that some non-First Nations people were included in the settlement?
The criteria were a living at the time, or a descendant or spouse, and as I said, there was an independent referee that came up with the scheme and the distribution scheme, but a spouse wouldn't necessarily be a First Nations person, so it's entirely possible.
Okay. Would this be in breach of the Lands Grants Act?
I don't think so, because it was all done pursuant to court order.
Okay. Don't think so. Wait.
To be honest, I'm not certain how they would intersect. So if I had to give an answer, I would say it wouldn't be a breach.
Okay. Shine took $5 million and community got how much in total?
It was around $16.5 million after the cost of distributing all of the funds.
Which was around, what, 17,000 per person? 13,000?
It depended on whether you were living at 2016 or a spouse or a descendant, or whether you were directly in the community or whether you lived within 250 kilometres, for example. So the amounts varied, but certainly no one was getting hundreds of thousands of dollars.
But Shine got $5 million. So how can you justify getting $5 million, like profiting off the misery and the sickness of Wreck Bay community? How do you justify that?
Well, Shine self-funded. Class actions more often than not have third-party litigation funders that are typically financiers. Because of the novel issues in this case, it would take someone like Shine to take the risk on it. The costs we actually incurred were significantly higher, and we also didn't seek an uplift, which law firms can claim when they carry the fees on these types of things. And the costs were 25% of what was a fairly modest settlement. No one's arguing with that. So the claim couldn't have been brought. We had teams in Wreck Bay in the office working this up against very vehement defence for, I think, including preparing the claim, about 4 years. So it certainly wasn't something where all the shareholders are going, we made a lot of money off that, because we compromised our costs to help achieve a settlement and ensure that group members got 3/4 of the settlement funds.
So there are people that got nothing out of that settlement who are unwell from PFAS. And Shine aren't a battling, little law firm in the corner. They're quite a big law firm. Would you consider giving part of that $5 million back to the community so they can continue to deal with the health impacts? Because if it costs $500, which we've heard in this inquiry, to check blood of an individual, and this community can't afford that, would Shine consider giving some of that money back? You could call it pay the rent, call it reparations, but this community is still suffering and poor and still dying from this chemical, and Shine made $5 million. I know that you have to pay people and do all of that, but you're still a very wealthy law firm, and you may want to take it on notice and take it back to your board and your shareholders or whoever makes the decisions. But I think, my question is, would Shine consider giving some of that money back?
I certainly will take that on notice. Just to clarify the capacity I'm appearing in, it's Shine lawyers as representative of the group members. I'm not here as a representative of Shine to defend Shine or to speak to what Shine can or can't do, but I'll certainly take that back, and it should be considered.
Yep, great. All right, well, I have a whole lot of other questions which I'll put on notice as well, because in the interest of time we need to wrap this session up. But I just wanted to ask the other senators if you had any burning questions before we close this session for lunch.
No, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr Allsop. If you've been asked to provide any material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat by Friday the 7th of February 2025, and thank you very much for appearing today.
Thank you, and again, thank you for the opportunity. I'm so grateful that you're here in person to hear directly from the group members. It's unfortunate you have to hear from a lawyer as well, but I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. And we'll break for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:40. last second. Welcome Associate Professor Nicholas Osborne, who will be joining us by teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My full name is Associate Professor Nicholas John Osborne, and I am appearing here today as an individual.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Great, thank you. So as I said, my name's Associate Professor Nicholas Osborne. I have a PhD from the University of Queensland on the topic of environmental toxicology and public health. I perform research on environmental exposures and health outcomes. I routinely conduct studies in the area of low-dose chronic exposure environmental epidemiology. In 2019, I was asked to be a referee for the Federal Court in a case concerning firefighting foams and environmental toxicology in several Australian Air Force bases. This involved me writing a report on the evidence presented by expert witnesses. I presented an update of that report in 2022 on the subject for a further case on the Wreck Bay land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I invite Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Professor Osborne. May I ask about the status of those two reports that you've just referred to? Are they publicly available?
As far as I know, they're publicly available.
Okay. Do you know where we might obtain a copy of those as the committee?
The Federal Court of Australia.
Okay.
And on their website.
And have you published in this space at all in terms of either the conclusions or the basis from that report, or separately on the topic of PFAS contamination or the related epidemiology?
Yeah, no, I haven't published about PFAS in the scientific literature.
Sorry, you have or you haven't?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. Are you able to provide the committee a list of those references and potentially even copies of those articles if they're not freely available?
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you. For the purposes of today, are you able to outline the research method or summarise the research method and the main conclusions from those two reports you made for the purposes of evaluating defence bases?
Yeah, certainly. There is a lot of literature out there. So the reports really draw on hundreds of studies. This is an issue with part of this area, is that we are talking about low doses of toxin and that people are exposed to those over incredibly long amounts of time. So while you can do experimental studies in things like, say, animals like mice, rats, etc., they don't live very long. They might live 1 or 2 years. So you can't really do a study of 40 years of exposure with a rat. On the flip side, it's unethical to expose humans to these levels of toxin because there may be, well, a risk of injury. So consequently, we do tend to rely on epidemiology. So this is where we examine large populations and compare people who have been exposed to either high or low doses. Now, it wouldn't be 1 or 2 studies because there's not 1 or 2 conclusive studies. We are talking about the type of work we're doing is not an interventional study, it's an observational study. So this really, from those types of studies, we can only really draw associations, not causations, about that relationship between exposure to PFAS and health outcomes. And because of this, you really need a body of evidence that is leading you towards your conclusions about the responsibility of those compounds and health outcomes. This is not just a problem for PFAS, but many chemicals that we're exposed to at very low levels, and trying to deduce which health outcomes we could be at risk of from exposure to those chemicals.
Can I ask about one of the observations you made about animal studies? There's been a number of animal-based studies that have been conducted in relation to exposure to PFAS and PFAS family chemicals, and they've made a number of observations about the potential effects of those chemicals on animals. In light of what you've just said, what are we to make of those studies in terms of their applicability or their relevance to considering the health impacts on humans?
Yeah, look, that's a good question, and that's something that scientists have been wrestling with for some time. If you give an organism a larger dose, you expect to see a larger effect, but also a quicker effect. So some of those studies might not have been using doses that humans would have been exposed to. So the general trend is larger doses are used. Now, how applicable that is, so you're really comparing, say, a dose that you might give over a year versus a much lower dose over 40 years. How do you compare and contrast? It is very difficult.
Noting that you drew the distinction earlier between association and causation, based on some of the reporting of your research, it was observed in that reporting that there were potentially harmful health effects in relation to high cholesterol or higher cholesterol levels, kidney function issues, and occurrence of testicular cancer. In terms of your understanding of those associations, are you able to explain to us how the exposure might potentially cause those issues, or is it simply the case of identifying the occurrences and drawing the link?
Okay, so what we find in an association is a mathematical equation. So then it becomes on the scientist that can we explain some sort of pathological pathway that could explain the findings that we have found with those exposures. And we have to remember that high cholesterol in itself is not a disease, it's just high cholesterol. It could be a marker of disease, it could be increase the risk of other diseases occurring into the future. Similarly with kidney dysfunction, many things can cause kidney dysfunction, and also things like kidney and testicular cancer, many things are known to cause that. So it's not just a single entity will do that. So what you're really sort of looking for is some sort of pathological pathway. Now, some people have gone in and tried to explain that, but the field is still fairly young as far as firming up some of those pathological pathways. And PFAS in itself doesn't look much like many of the known carcinogens, but that's not to say that it doesn't have that potential.
Without getting too technical, because I'm sure my limitations are swiftly approaching, are you able to just explore or explain why PFAS chemicals don't share those properties with other carcinogens in terms of profile, or really just elaborate on what you said a moment ago?
Yeah, well, a lot of carcinogens, or many of them have a chemical structure that once it comes into contact with things like DNA, can see a chemical interaction with that DNA, and they tend to have be chemically active. So I'm thinking of things like benzene, things like dioxins. They're going to be more chemically active. The PFAS in general tend to be not so chemically reactive, and that's probably part of the reason why they're in the environment long term.
So do I understand that as being because the chemical bonds that make them so hard to break down also mean that they potentially don't break down and interact in the human body?
Yeah, that's along those sorts of lines.
In terms of any of the literature that, any of your research or any of the literature that you've come across, are there any indications of methods of mitigating or reducing the potential harm to human beings based on exposure to PFAS in water or ground or food?
I have seen some reports about people having blood taken. So it's one way to reduce the chemical load. So that will see a reduction in the load of that chemical in an individual. So that's at I suppose at the individual level. There has been a number of reports coming through now about how to remove it from the environment. This, of course, is a very different sort of scenario where millions of litres of water might need to be cleared at a single time. Whether you use things like particular bacteria that might be able to break down the product, some sort of filtration system, these are being looked at and with the potential to go into water treatment plants.
In terms of the Australian drinking water guidelines, both the current guidelines and potential changes to those drinking water guidelines, do you have any observations, insights or comments on the appropriateness of those guidelines in relation to the levels they set for PFAS and PFAS family chemicals?
I think how to couch my answer to that question is thinking about the amount of research that's been done on this area. So if we look back, say, 20 years ago, there might have been 1 or 2 papers a year coming out on the subject of, the interaction between PFAS and human health. We're up to something like 100, maybe 200 papers a year coming out currently. So our knowledge and our interest in this area has increased dramatically over the last 20 years. So I think the water guidelines that were set, the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines that were set probably, I'm thinking about 10 years ago or so, were probably seen as appropriate at the time. The change, there's been a lowering in general of the amounts, and it might vary 4 times lower, 45 times lower, depending on which type of PFAS that we're talking about, and that seems to be in line with what the research is showing us. So the research in the past was there may be a connection with human health, but we're really unclear, and I think the picture now is some of those connections with human health have firmed up over time with an increase in number of studies. The number of studies worldwide that are showing that sort of association between higher exposure to PFAS and the risk of health outcomes. And so I think that lowering of the levels in around about that region of 4 to 40%, 40 times lower. But remembering we are now getting down to the level of measuring these chemicals in water at the sort of nanogram level. So, you know, we're talking about maybe a drop of water in 20 Olympic swimming pools as the sort of scale, the very, very minute levels and we're really starting to get to the limits of us being able to measure the chemicals at that level. So overall, I'd say it's moved in the right direction and around about the right amount. But at the end of the day, A, they're guidelines, and B, we add a human safety factor to this. So this isn't an exact science. It's people saying, well, some of those studies were done in animals. Let's lower it another tenfold.
Thank you, Professor, and thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Professor, your report for the court found there was good evidence that firefighting chemicals containing PFAS could potentially cause harmful effects, including cancer. I've been asking the Health Department, Department of Defence, about PFAS for nearly 10 years, and their response was always that the risks were minimal. Do you feel that and it might be a coincidence that a couple of weeks after your report landed, the Department of Defence settled with the litigants, with the community. Do you feel your report was a turning point in terms of the Commonwealth admitting some liability in regards to the risks of PFAS to the Wreck Bay community?
Well, that is a very difficult question to answer because I'm not really privy to some of the thinking that was going on with the groups that you're suggesting. I don't think it was that pivotal. I think it was, we've been on a pathway for 20 years towards our understanding of how we understand that interaction between humans and the PFAS. I think my report really just signalled the data included in that report had come from worldwide, and instead of using half a dozen studies or even 50 studies, it included hundreds and hundreds of studies. So I think the thinking around the relationship between PFAS and human health has been changing over a period of time, and it just so happened that did come out beforehand. But remembering there were other factors involved as well. So things like land values were also taken into account in that particular hearing.
Okay. In relation to the specific study into Wreck Bay, or your report into the Wreck Bay community and potential impacts, you were specifically looking at firefighting foam, correct? Like PFAS?
I didn't look into Wreck Bay specifically. I added to the report that I had made earlier and updated it as a couple of years had passed, and as I'd said previously, it's been a reasonably hot area of research, and so I updated the previous report that I didn't do a study on Wreck Bay.
Okay, so I see. So you drew conclusions more generally in how it might apply to Wreck Bay.
Yeah.
Okay, but my understanding was the firefighting foams that, for example, do apply to Wreck Bay. They were stopped. Many jurisdictions stopped using them nearly 20 years ago. Do you think that there's any kind of sensitivity analysis there in your reports with the specific kind of PFAS or PFOS that would apply to Wreck Bay?
Yeah. So I looked at a range of studies globally. So they weren't only from Air Force bases. They weren't only from airports. It was from other areas where PFAS had indeed got into the drinking water, and in fact we looked at factories that had, whose workers had been exposed to much higher levels than you expect in the community. So what I was tasked with was being a referee on expert witnesses that had provided evidence. So I really commented on what they had reported, and I agree with you totally that there had been a period of time, and 10, 20 years, between the ceasing of those, the use of those, and the fact that, while in the popular media they may call them forever chemicals, they do break down eventually, and we do eliminate them from our bodies over a period of time. So the report that I wrote really wasn't about Wrecked Bay. It was about the relationship between exposure to PFAS and human health outcomes in general.
Okay. Would you be able to, for example, in terms of specificity, talk about potential contamination in water that's used for recreational purposes? Like, are you able to, you mentioned the drop in the swimming pools analysis just recently in relation to drinking water standards.
Yeah.
Have you got any thoughts about recreational, like, because we visited community yesterday and they explained to us about, the Mary Creek, which I'm sure you're familiar with, and their sacred sites there for birthing and swimming on the beaches and catching, all the recreational activities in the ocean. Was that something that you looked at all?
No, that was not something I looked at. The reports I had used almost exclusively were from outside Australia. That would take a very different type of study. So you'd have to think about the hydrology and the geohydrology of the region, when chemicals were present. You might want to do some biosampling where you take a blood sample from people. Obviously, you can't go back in time and measure a blood sample from 20 years ago. But then we'd also have to think about, flow rates of rivers, tidal movements, how quickly the substances break down. That sounds like a very nice career for someone.
Yeah. Well, my next question was going to be whether from your experience in writing this report and your background, whether you thought there was any gaps in our knowledge or any priority research areas that perhaps might be one. Is there others that you could outline for us?
Certainly. Asking a researcher, should we do more research, they'll always say yes. I think in the Australian community, there is a large gap in understanding environmental health, and especially low-dose chronic exposure toxins. I think the levels that most Australians are exposed to is very low. And so I think the trick is being able to understand what's occurring at hotspots is very important. And living next to an Air Force base might not be dangerous at all. If all your food is brought in from the supermarket, all your drinking water is piped into you, and it's not a dusty region, you may very well have low amounts of PFAS, even though you're living in a hotspot. And I think that's been brought out that there are many people who live in these areas that do have no greater exposure to PFAS than the other people in the Australian community who live away from these hotspots. Where you do get some of these hotspots is this is where we're sort of guessing, is it the fact that they've eaten eggs from chickens that lay in the area? Have they been eating fish they caught in the local river? Are there certain cultural practices they might have undertaken to increase that exposure? Recreational swimming, look, you're going to imbibe a little bit of liquid every time you go swimming, but you're probably not drinking large amounts of it. So, yes, there is always more work to be done, and hopefully with things like the Australian CDC coming up, that may allow this Australia-wide type of study to be conducted.
Just my last question. We are starting to see, I suppose there's thousands of chemical compounds in the PFAS family. We are starting to see some of these now being banned internationally, and the Australian government, I understand, is moving to ban the importation of one particular type of PFAS compound. Do you think there's enough evidence to ban these chemical compounds in products more broadly? Is that something government should be looking at doing? Supplying whether it's applying the precautionary principle or
yeah,
otherwise?
yeah. I think the jury is still, excuse the pun, the jury's a little bit out on banning chemicals. I mean, these are incredibly useful chemicals at the end of the day, and potentially if they're used appropriately, I think there is some fear in the community, and whether that fear is warranted by some of the extremely low levels that we're talking about. But once you start talking about it being cancers, there isn't really a small amount that should be considered as safe. So if there's maybe a firmer linkage between, and I think my report showed it was kidney cancer and testicular cancer that were increased in risk, then you're talking about a different scenario than some of the other human diseases.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Now we're going to go to Senator Brockman, who's online. Senator Brockman, are you there?
You can hear me, Chair?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you, Professor. I just want to go back to a question you touched on with Senator Ghosh about the research that's being done in terms of remediation of sites. Obviously, these chemicals are now in the environment in certain places. Are you aware, or can you point the committee to any particular research that is underway, or what particular areas are showing the most promise?
This is a little beyond my area of expertise, which tends to be around human health. I probably have read newspaper reports, and that's about as far as I go, but I believe there are a range of ways to remove PFAS from the environment. Obviously, it is going to be expensive because these are at very low levels, and we're talking about large volumes of water. That was my sort of take-home message from my understanding of it, but I'm not so much an environmental chemist, but more an epidemiologist.
No, fair enough. Thank you very much for that. And just briefly, I mean, my understanding is that the chemical family we're talking about is quite broad in range. So you've got a lot of potential chemicals covered by the broad term PFAS. Can you just talk us through that in terms of the range of chemicals that are covered and whether there is levels of risk involved in those chemicals?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. It's a little bit where you put the boundaries around it. Some people say 4,000 chemicals, some say 5,000. I've heard 8,000. I've heard 15,000. So you can see there's large numbers. These chemicals tend to be in chains, so they're just repeating chains. So the extent of that chain can be quite large. Obviously, when they get very large, they're no longer soluble in water. One of the characteristics is that they can both be dissolved in liquid and in fat. So that is part of their chemical structure, and it's based around fluorine. So a chemical that's similar to chlorine, for instance. In general, the toxicity of them appears to be fairly close. And this sort of signals that it's not actually, some chemicals, even a very small chemical change will stop their reactivity. So if you think about the difference between, heroin and codeine, they're very similar chemically related, maybe only one chemical different. Many of these seem to have around about the same toxicity. And when I say round about the same, a tenfold maybe difference, but in the scheme of toxicology, that's not much of a difference. So most of the studies will focus only on 3 or 4 of those chemicals, usually fairly different chemically, even though they, if you look at a picture of them, they look pretty much the same. And they do this to try and include that breadth of chemicals that's present. So you probably hear words like PFAS, PFOS, P-sulfur, but most of we believe the toxicology is pretty much the same, and so but the science has been limited because there's no way we can test 15,000 chemicals. We'd be here and for another 100 years testing them. So scientists tend to select 5 or 6 different types and test those, and hopefully they will be reflective of the chemicals in that group that has been chosen.
Right. Okay. I do have a couple more, but I'm happy to put them on notice, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brockman. Okay, I have a couple of questions here. So, Professor, who funded your PFAS research?
As I said earlier, I personally haven't done PFAS research that's gone out to the international peer-reviewed literature. I was brought in as a referee for the court case. In the past, I have done low-dose chronic exposure, and that was mainly funded by the European Union.
Okay. So you haven't been funded by any companies that produce PFAS or
No.
any relations to those companies?
No, there's been no conflict of interest there.
Thank you. It's just that all the evidence we've heard today and at our last hearing is, there's a real concern of PFAS and how deadly it is and how many people it's actually killing. And your evidence today doesn't make it sound so bad. So I just wondered why your evidence is different to everybody else's. And can you explain that?
Well, it'd be very difficult for me to explain the difference between something when I don't know what the other party has actually said. But look, I
suppose it's just in relation to what I said in terms of this dangerous chemical is killing people, and from your evidence today, it gives a nicer version of PFAS, if you like. Maybe I heard it wrong, but
okay.
Do you think that PFAS is deadly? Do you think PFAS is killing people at Wreck Bay?
I wouldn't want to comment about Wreck Bay. I think it does. I think some Australians have lost their life due to exposure to PFAS. I think it has increased the risk of a range of diseases, the increase in cholesterol, kidney dysfunction, kidney and testicular cancers. It's very hard, though, to attribute that because we're talking about, A, these very low levels, and that people, a lot of those diseases or symptoms of disease like increased cholesterol can be caused by such a range of reasons. So it's very hard to pinpoint that as causal. Now, even if someone received a massive dose of PFAS, it may not lead to some of those outcomes. It really depends. These are complex diseases. We have a range of exposures. We all have a different genetic makeup that may increase or decrease your risk. You may have other behaviours such as smoking cigarettes, being overweight. A whole range of things can lead to these. So it makes it very difficult to be able to say it was definitely the PFAS that did it.
That's what 3M says, I think, in their defence. So what would a detailed health study in Wreck Bay likely cost, and how long might it take?
Okay. Well, it really depends on what you're wanting to find out. I think I'd start with something like taking some blood samples of people and just working out do people have PFAS in their systems at the moment? And is that higher than what we see in other locations with a similar population? I mean, a study like that, I don't know, could be $100,000, something of that sort of scheme. But then if you wanted to do some long-term monitoring, so the next question is, okay, you took that sample on a single day. Is that reflective of what is occurring to those people over the last, 20 years previous or upcoming for the next 20 years? So by taking a series of samples and turning it into a longitudinal project, that gives you greater clarity on what's happening. And so it wasn't just the fact that they ate a pizza the night before off a box that contained some PFAS, that very next day they had a blood sample taken, that it was very high. Then there could be some monitoring of health in the community over a period of time. But as these studies become more longitudinal and less cross-sectional, the expense of those, of course, goes up.
Thank you. It's very difficult in Wreck Bay when the health support isn't there, nor is the blood testing, given the Minister for Defence said that blood testing was $500 per person. So how much is blood testing from your experience?
Just off the top of my head, I'd say it'd be $1,000 for one PFAS and one sample.
Right. So what health impacts can result from eating foods grown in highly PFAS-contaminated areas such as Wreck Bay?
Okay, well, we can sort of break that question down into several things. If it's a plant, for instance, that is grown in soil that contains PFAS, that particular plant may not absorb PFAS into it just by the nature of the plant. We don't know which plants do, which plants don't. If it contains water, I think there's probably a high chance it will have some PFAS in it. Then, obviously, the person cooks that more often than not. Does that remove some of the PFAS? Does that change the chemical structure of the PFAS that is present? Then the person eats that. It goes into their acidic stomach. Does something happen when PFAS comes into contact with acid? It's then absorbed into the small intestine, where a range of enzymes are going to attack it. So then some of that PFAS may in fact go into that person's system. How fast is their metabolism? How fast would that particular PFAS that you're interested in be excreted from that person? What is their existing health? Are they elderly? Are they young? What sort of dose are we talking about? Are we talking about 4 nanograms per mil in their blood, or are we talking about 500 nanograms per mil? So there's a whole range. You can see along that pathway that I've described, there's a whole range of factors that can either push the amount of PFAS exposed up, but also push the risk of negative health outcome up. So you can see the level of complexity that we're dealing with in trying to estimate what occurs. Now, epidemiologists, instead of just looking at an individual, we like to look at 50,000 people, especially if the risk is relatively low. You need those large numbers of people to be able to see that risk. So even though kidney cancer is, I think, about the 7th most prevalent cancer, it's still a fairly rare disease to come across. So you need large numbers of people to be able to see that disease occurring in the population. And you need more than just 1 or 2 cases to be able to make those calculations around risk. So as you can see, I think I've painted quite a complex picture, and that complex mosaic is really how scientists are trying to estimate what is that increased risk. It's going to be expensive, and you're going to need a lot of people.
So would sewage testing answer some of these questions, for example, as compared to the levels that are in the tap water?
Yes, it could do. Yeah, that would tell a certain story. I think I'd be more excited about what a blood sample would reveal, because that's, especially multiple blood samples, that would reveal more to me as a scientist than what's in sewage. The thing with sewage, are you talking about from an individual or are you talking about from a community?
Well, I'm talking about Wreck Bay as a community, as families who've lost a lot of people to cancers, rare cancers. Sitting at a cafe for lunch today, meeting a young woman with a brain tumour whose sister has a brain tumour also, and when young people are dying from these rare cancers. So that's what today's about.
Okay, I hadn't. Well, I know PFAS has been associated with some cancers. But it's not necessarily all cancers.
Okay. So what cancers do you say that PFAS is associated with?
Well, I think my report found it was kidney cancer and testicular cancer.
So not breast cancer, not brain tumours, not eye cancer?
Not that I found in my report. I think there has been sort of reports around increased risk, but one or two reports in the scheme of things might not mean that that association has fully been explored.
Mm-hmm. So can we expect serious health outcomes in the Wreck Bay community to continue for a long time?
I don't know. I don't want to comment on the health of the Wreck Bay community when I haven't studied it and I'm not aware of it.
I'll just ask one more question and then I'll hand it over. Sorry, two more because I have one from the community here. Why is there no blood testing in Wreck Bay, and why haven't researchers not been interested in studying this?
Okay. I don't know why there's no blood sampling in Wreck Bay. I think there's probably a range of researchers who'd be very interested in it if there was funding to do it.
Okay, so funding comes back to funding. I mean, this inquiry is about looking for solutions, and if it goes back to funding, then you know, that's if you think that should be seen as something we should take up. That funding needs to happen so that research can happen and people can be blood tested and sewage can be tested and whatever else. Do you think that's important to have us take up?
Okay, I'm not an expert on Wreck Bay. I haven't looked into the health and what's going on in Wreck Bay, so I cannot really comment on whether a health study should be undertaken or not. The first thing that I think should happen is get some sort of numbers, as has happened around some of the Air Force bases, on how much PFAS is in the community at the current time. That would be the first point of call. If that needs some funding for that to occur, well, that would be great.
Great, thank you. And just one final question from a community member in the audience. What method was used to understand PFAS absorption from cultural use of the land, water and its resources?
I'm not aware that that's ever been studied.
Okay. I'll just ask the other senators if they have any further questions. No further questions?
Just to follow up on the Chair's questions, just to clarify, Professor, so would it be your recommendation to the committee that we recommend funding specifically for these blood tests? You've referenced it 3 or 4 times today in your evidence.
Yeah, I think that would be. I mean, you know, obviously there's concern in the community and quite understandable. Whether there's a health risk or not, we're unclear. I think a blood sample would certainly be the first, and probably, you know, for a reasonable amount of money, it could really allay some fears quite quickly.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you can't ask a researcher how much funding we should be talking about here, because, as you say, it's how long's a piece of string. But yeah, appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask these final two questions, and they're on biosolids. I want to ask you about the impact of biosolids and what can the health impact be from foods grown where biosolids containing PFAS have been used?
Okay. Can you help me out and tell me what biosolids means?
It's a collection of organic matters that are used from sewage treatment.
It's like a fertiliser sort of thing?
Yes,
well, it really depends how much PFAS there is in the organic matter that you're using as a biosolid.
So if we took some organic matter from sewage at Wreck Bay, where we know it's contaminated, where we've seen a minister apologise for the contamination, if we took that and used that somewhere else to put on someone else's garden.
I'm not sure you should be using human sewage on gardens. I think there's other risks involved there.
I think, Senator, the Chair's referring to an article recently that the committee read, I think it was Wednesday, 15th of January. The US Environmental Protection Agency warned of toxic PFAS found in sewage that was being spread on pasture in the US. I know there has been some moves to do this in parts of Australia as well, including where I come from in Tasmania. To use the nitrogen from sewage, treat it and use it as a source. But of course, the current treatment programs wouldn't separate out things like PFAS, for example.
It all comes down to dose, how much is present. So PFAS, unlike things like dioxin, doesn't readily bioaccumulate. There's a little bit of noise around that it sort of bioaccumulates, but nothing like some of the other toxins that are out there. We also have to think about how long we're talking that it's both in the biomass and how long it's going to spend on the field before, say, a cow eats the grass that we then take the milk from. And what sort of breakdown that we see during that time. So what the half-life of the PFASs that are present that we're talking about. Again, complex, probably need someone who's an environmental chemist rather than me commenting on something like that.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson, for clarifying that. No more questions. Okay, well, thank you very much, Professor Osborne, for appearing today. That's the end of the questioning. If you have been asked to provide any material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat by Friday, 7th of February 2025. Thank you. We'll just break for a short suspension until we get the Department of Defence online.
Hello, this is Taz from the Secretariat. Is this the Department?
Welcome representatives from the Department of Defence. I would like to remind representatives of the Department that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. My name is Celia Perkins. I am the Acting Associate Secretary, Department of Defence.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, your other witness is Mr. Patrick Sowry, the Acting Deputy Secretary for Security and Estate from Defence.
Thank you. I now invite each of you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, very much. I would like to start by respectfully acknowledging the Dharawal and Yuin people, the traditional custodians of the Wreck Bay and the land on which your meeting is taking place today, and pay my respects to elders past and present. I have only a short opening statement that will suffice for the Department of Defence. Thank you, Chair. And I would just like to start by mentioning that since I last gave evidence to this inquiry on the 13th of November, the government has released both the independent review of land uses around key defence sites impacted by PFAS, conducted by Mr. Jim Varghese, and the government's response to that review. They were released on the 5th of December 2024, and copies were provided to the inquiry, and they're also available from the Defence website. The review explored alternate use for impacted land in consultation with Commonwealth, state, territory and local governments, affected communities and industry. The government agreed to 18 of the 19 recommendations in the review and noted one recommendation to establish working groups in 2 communities in Queensland and the Northern Territory. The government and the Department of Defence will continue to engage local, state and territory governments to share the outcomes of early work conducted in New South Wales. The government will shortly establish a PFAS national coordinating body with senior representation from all key portfolios, including health, environment and infrastructure, to promote a stronger and more integrated whole-of-government response to PFAS. The Minister for Defence Personnel and Veterans Affairs, the Honourable Matt Keogh, MP, will oversee the PFAS national coordinating body and will engage directly with state and territory governments. The government commits to continuing to provide clear and transparent advice on PFAS risks and plain English location-specific information to help communities, and Defence will commit to frequently offering sampling of land and properties on request. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today or dialling in. I've got some questions that I wanted to ask you. Most of them come out of the submission you provided to the inquiry, so thank you for that. There's a reference to 28 sites where remediation has occurred or is occurring, and I just was hoping you might be able to outline for us what are the remediation steps, sort of techniques or methods that Defence is using at those sites, just in broad brushstrokes.
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. Yes, Defence commenced an investigation and management program in 2015, and we focused on 28 sites surrounding Defence bases where it was most likely PFAS chemicals had been used, primarily in firefighting foams. We've now completed all of those 28 investigations, and for each of those sites we have developed management plans, and those or some of them are close to finalisation. And the management plans are how we intend to remediate and continue to manage PFAS, historical PFAS use on those sites. The treatment at each site is dependent on the nature of the site, the historical PFAS use, the geology and hydrology of the sites and so forth. And so I can certainly speak to the Jervis Bay sites, but what we have committed to is continued community engagement at each of those 28 sites and publishing online both all of the research we've undertaken and the plans we have for both continued monitoring and remediation activities. And that helps communities to have visibility and transparency of the ways in which we are dealing with PFAS removal. Now, to give you some examples of that, that might include water treatment. It has certainly included quite extensive treatment of contaminated soil on sites and either treatment of soil or removal of soil, drainage diversion, and so on and so forth. If you'll indulge me, at HMAS Creswell and the Jervis Bay Range Facility, the two sites closest to Wreck Bay, our focus has been on groundwater treatment. We've had a temporary groundwater treatment plant that has treated over 21 million litres of water, and we expect to start construction early this year on a permanent water treatment plant. And so the remediation approach there is that we remove PFAS from the water, which is the way in which we will limit its capacity to continue moving off base and through both groundwater and surface water into communities. That would be a good example, but we have many more, and as I said, those remediation plans are on the Defence webpage.
Thank you. What's the technology you're using in the treatment plant in relation to Creswell?
It might be best that I take on notice the specifics so that we ensure that our technical experts respond with a detailed answer for the committee. As I said, it's different at each site, and I can give you a helicopter view of 28 sites, but I would like the technical knowledge to be specific to Creswell.
That would be great. I have a series of questions now that relate to attachment A to your submission, and so if these need to be taken on notice as well, because I think some of them may be technical, there are certainly aspects that I didn't understand. In relation to the Holdsworthy Barracks entry, if you could let us know, or let me know, what a mass flux study consists of, and if that's been completed, when was it completed, and is it possible to have a set of the results? That also goes for the field trial of the passive barrier system at the RAF base in Williamstown at Lake Cochrane, and if those results are available to us, that would be great, but also just an explanation of what, or a summary of what the trial undertook.
Okay, yes, a lay answer. A mass flux study looks at the groundwater and subsurface water and the ways in which it moves, and that's the way that we measure the movement of PFAS from on-base to off. That study has not yet completed, but it will be made publicly available, and we will take on notice to give you an update on a more detailed technical explanation of the study and the dates at which we anticipate having it available for release. And I would make the same commitment around the RAF-based Williamstown passive barrier system.
Thank you. There's a reference in your submission to frequently offering ad hoc sampling of properties on request to provide assurance to concerned community members. I was just wondering how many ad hoc samplings have occurred and how many requests have been made?
The non-technical answer, Senator, is lots, but let us take on notice the exact number. What I would say, and I'll be specific to the Jervis Bay area, part of the management and remediation plan for all of the 28 sites includes ongoing monitoring and sampling of water, and then at the point at which a community member might approach us, we'll work with them to add that to the sampling program. If I just give you as an example, Jervis Bay, we undertake sampling on a biannual basis twice a year at over 236 sites both on base at HMAS Creswell and Jervis Bay and around the Jervis Bay area. So we are continuing to maintain quite a detailed and expansive look at that monitoring and the ongoing monitoring program, and then we can add to that as people might seek on their land or in tank water and things of that nature. But we'll come back with you with a... Thank you.
No, thank you. And can I also ask about your submission refers to hotlines directly managed by site teams for 5 sites, and the 5 sites are listed. If you are able to provide a breakdown of sort of the number of calls that are fielded, the requests that are resolved, and any feedback from those who are calling into those hotlines, that would be very helpful.
Thank you. We'll take that on notice.
There's a reference to the NATO forum in terms of discussing PFAS contamination, and I just wanted to know if there were any insights or best practices or examples of where NATO member states are successfully managing PFAS issues in the defence context that either we can utilise or that we have utilised.
Thank you. It's an important question, and we were really pleased to be invited by NATO to engage. My reflection would be that Australia, and particularly the Australian Department of Defence, is leading the field in investigation and scientific inquiry about the nature of PFAS contamination and its remediation. And we haven't seen anything amongst NATO members. Most of our counterparts are still at the early investigation and monitoring phase. And so I would say that I'm very proud of the work Defence has done here, but we are leading the field in the investigation. The United States and the United States Department of Defence are important partners, and they probably lead the field in research. But Defence in Australia is ahead of our counterparts in remediation. Thanks.
Thank you. May I ask, in terms of your submission refers to transitioning away from the use of PFAS and PFAS-related chemicals to fluorine-free foams. This is a double-barreled question. Where are Defence still using PFAS and PFAS-related chemicals in relation to firefighting? And the second part of the question is it necessary to train with those foams if you're still training with them?
Thank you. Again, we've worked really hard to transition away from PFAS, particularly in firefighting foams. There are only 2 instances where we have maintained, and I'd refer to my testimony back in November. We still have some PFAS firefighting foams on naval vessels, on ships, and that is because we've not yet identified a foam that is equally effective in very high temperature fires, and the safety of our personnel on board ships requires that we retain that. We will continue to investigate alternatives. We've largely transitioned everything else, all of the mobile firefighting that we do around airfields and other sites. There is a small number of fixed facilities. If you can imagine, in our aircraft hangar, we have fixed firefighting facilities. While we've mostly transitioned, there's a small number where we're still on a transition pathway, but we don't train other than on ships. So our goal is to transition away and to use alternatives for training purposes.
Thank you. There's a reference in the submission to 413 non-litigated claims that Defence received from local communities. Obviously respecting any relevant confidentiality obligations to those claimants, is it possible for us to understand in a summary form the nature of those claims and how they were resolved?
Let me take that on notice, and I will have my colleagues in Defence Legal help us give you the appropriate answer. I think the point I would make is that we provide information on our website for any members of the public to submit legal claims to Defence, and we have, as you'd note, been dealing with litigated and non-litigated claims, and and the class actions, which I know have been discussed earlier in your hearing today. So why don't we undertake on notice to give you more detail on those non-litigated claims?
Thank you. And final question from me. What are the most consequential gaps in Defence's knowledge about managing and remediating PFAS and PFAS-related chemical use, and what's being done to fill those knowledge gaps?
That's a difficult question to answer, but let me attempt to do it in this way. The investigation program really started from the position that we had a common use chemical that was both breaching our borders and contaminating particularly water sources in surrounding communities. And the investigation program was really the start of the journey with the rest of the international community to understand both how PFAS travels, what harm it may cause, and how you might start to manage that risk. I would say we've built an enormous body of knowledge on PFAS and its movement and its persistence, and an enormous body of knowledge on how you can seek to remediate. Our core learning in that is because of its persistence, and I know other witnesses have spoken this today, is to cease use and remove it. And that has been where Defence has been focusing our efforts. Department of Defence obviously isn't a scientific, or an epidemiological organisation, and we've relied on, as I said, the other parts of government and academia, I think, on the broader issues of PFAS. And I think that's why it's important that in the government's response to the independent review of PFAS land use that Minister Keogh released late last year, the commitment to a whole of government approach to continue to work through those gaps. But Defence has made a strong commitment that we will continue to do the remediation work and to implement those management plans and to work with communities. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'm just referring to a media release that was, it was an article in the ABC Illawarra from 28th of February 2023, where Assistant Defence Minister Matt Thistlethwaite was talking at a conference in Jervis Bay, and he said the Department of Defence has been trying new technologies to clean up the site, and we'll build a long-term treatment plan, and you've had some questions about that. My question was, how do you communicate progress on your remediation efforts with the community at Wreck Bay?
Thank you for that question, Senator. Throughout both the investigation program and now the management program, we've committed to community consultation at each of those sites and transparency in all the work that we do. So we engage in two ways, and then I'll get specific about Wreck Bay. We post to our website information regularly, and we update it as work is completed, as monitoring is undertaken, and so forth. We commit to publishing all the information that we can there. And we've undertaken in communities regular and ongoing community engagement sessions. In the Jervis Bay region, we've had 8 community engagement sessions since 2016. They are usually whole day and evening sessions where we have drop-in for the community, and we have open forums for discussion and information sharing in the evenings, and we invite other relevant state and federal government authorities to those. If I get specific around Wreck Bay, and Minister Thistlethwaite, I think, alluded to this at the conference you spoke of, we've been particularly focused on engaging with the Wreck Bay community and understanding and responding particularly to the impact and limitations that PFAS impacts have had culturally for the Wreck Bay community. We last met with the Wreck Bay community in December. We previously met in November. And in October last year, we appointed a dedicated PFAS Indigenous engagement manager. And moving forward with the Wreck Bay community, we'll be concerned to understand how we respond to community interests. We are very focused on plain English and culturally appropriate signage. One of the criticisms we've really taken on board, not just in Wreck Bay and elsewhere, is we are transparent and publish scientific studies, but I'm not a scientist, and they can be difficult for non-scientists to understand. So we're going to keep working, particularly in Wreck Bay. I think we've got some work to do in the early part of this year to agree an approach to regular and ongoing engagement and mechanisms by which the Wreck Bay community have engagement from us in ways that meet their needs. And then around the Jervis Bay community and the rest of those 28 sites around Australia, we will continue community information sessions and online sharing. We've also made a lot of use of methods that work for individuals. So some people prefer email, some people prefer that we mail information to them. So where people give us a preference for how they want to receive information, we are happy to respond to that. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. So in terms of your remediation of the site, what is Defence's view on the expectation of the community? Are you able to tell us how much you're going to be able to remediate? For example, potential runoff of contaminated groundwater?
So our goal at each of the sites, and certainly at the Jervis Bay sites, is that we, first of all, cease use of PFAS to prevent future contamination, and we continue on-base remediation to prevent or significantly decrease runoff. And that is the goal of the work that is being undertaken with both the temporary and now the permanent water treatment plant and other remediation work, which includes clean water diversion, soil excavation and so forth. And then part of the challenge of PFAS and the scientific knowledge about PFAS is we will need to do this work for some time to understand the long-term effects. So continued and routine sampling of surface water, groundwater and sediment will be how we monitor the results and the outcomes of that work. I think in addition to the ongoing monitoring that I mentioned earlier, in this community, the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts, or I like to call them infrastructure, are also undertaking monthly drinking water supply monitoring and sharing that information with the community. So as we bring together this whole of government PFAS oversight body, we will continue to look at an integrated government set of actions and community action to.
So who does the that's for groundwater or drinking water? Who does the tests in the biodiversity tests, soil tests, testing plants, testing water down at the creek or in the ocean?
Look, let me take on notice the specifics that I can share with you of the ongoing monitoring program Defence is leading, and that might be a useful way to give clarity to as I said before, in Jervis Bay, it's like 236 monitoring sites that we go to twice a year to monitor.
Yes, that would be useful because no one was completely clear yesterday when we visited community about jurisdiction and how often those are done and whether the results are communicated real time. Could I ask in relation to remediation outside of the boundaries of the airfield next to Wreck Bay, has there been any studies or any research done into remediation on the cultural lands of the Wreck Bay community? Is that at all possible? Has it even been looked at?
Defence hasn't. As part of the investigation and remediation program, that is largely bounded by Defence properties, but we, as I said, work in communities to test and monitor the impact of movement. But I am unaware of any investigations outside. As I said earlier, our goal is to prevent the runoff of PFAS contamination from sites into the community.
Okay. We heard from an eminent elder from the community this morning that what she wants most of all, and I think she's speaking on behalf of her community here, is closure on this issue. Do you think that's something Defence is going to be able to offer the Wreck Bay community?
Senator, I think one of the really difficult issues in our 10-year journey now on PFAS is that the science is evolving. I think your expert witnesses today have indicated that. We're making a long-term commitment to continue both the remediation work and the testing of its effectiveness. And unfortunately, we're unable to give any guarantees on how long that will take, because in many ways we're the first jurisdiction to attempt it at this scale. But we will continue to both do the work, monitor and share with communities what we're learning on that journey.
Thank you. In relation to, I want to ask some specific questions about the court case. You may be aware we had Shine lawyers in this morning around the $25 million settlement. Who did Defence seek their information from in relation to this court case? Was it other government departments like the Department of Health or Department of Environment? And did you speak directly with 3M and the petrochemical industry?
Senator, the class action that you refer to was largely undertaken before I worked in this space. I think I would take that on notice. And my colleagues who run our legal service would be the appropriate people to help us get you an answer on that.
Thank you. What is obviously, we heard today that and we of course heard from Professor Nicholas Osborne that particular class action, his report found good evidence that firefighting chemicals containing PFAS could potentially cause harmful effects, including cancer. What is the department's current advice in relation to PFAS? Are you still saying the risks are minimal in relation to PFAS exposure? Has your advice changed?
Senator, Senator, we've relied throughout our 10-year investigation and remediation program on the advice of the Department of Health and other appropriate national and international authorities. The Department of Defence really can't form those health judgments. We did a number of years ago have ANU undertake a detailed study of PFAS health effects. What we know is that the science and international understanding continues to evolve. And I think that's why at the core of the advice we've worked with the Department of Health and others to share in communities is based on that precautionary principle. That one of the challenges in really unsettled knowledge and evidence of safe levels of PFAS, we've worked to apply the precautionary principle and, as I said, remove PFAS from use and limit exposure.
But has the Department of Defence or any other government department stated that there is potential liability or risks from PFAS exposure from defence sites? Have you actually made a clear statement in relation to that?
I think the best I can do there, Senator, is to say that for many years the view was that there is inconsistent evidence of human health effects, and that we need to continue to apply the precautionary principle as understanding grows, and continue to rely on the work of the Department of Health and the work they do in other medical research, national and international bodies, which is where the best advice comes to us. So the Department of Defence has formed no views on health effect, but rather we rely on the expert positions and opinions of medical professionals.
Thank you. And I understand in relation to the courts, the court settlement or agreement that it didn't preclude future litigation should new information come to light in relation to health effects. But can I ask you specifically in relation to the cultural impacts, which the Commonwealth made a $25 million settlement on what basis did you price the $25 million? How did you arrive at that number, and where did you get your information from to make your cultural assessment?
So I'll just say two things about that. That the Commonwealth was represented in that class action, and the federal court made that determination of the payment, not the Department of Defence. The Department of Defence is not a party to the settlement, either value or distribution.
So you provided no guidance or feedback to the federal court at all around what you're prepared to pay or settle on?
Senator, I'm not. We are the part of Defence that undertakes the management of the estate, and in this case, the PFAS investigation and remediation program, but not the legal process. And there's limits on my capacity to comment on that.
Last question before I go to Senator Thorpe, and perhaps if there's time, you can come back to me later, Lydia. But in relation to, so the federal court made that the $25 million determination. Have you any idea how they came up with that number?
No.
Right. Okay.
Okay, thank you. We should have some time. Yep.
Oh, just one very quick thing, Senator Thorpe. Just something that's the committee was on country yesterday down in Wreck Bay, and it's not related to PFAS, but it is something I wanted to raise. Perhaps if you could take this on notice. When we were doing our cultural tour yesterday with community, there was a Defence helicopter constantly flying over the property, and Mob told us that wasn't allowed. There was an agreement that Defence weren't to fly their helicopters or aircraft over Aboriginal lands. Could you take that on notice as to why that was happening? We all witnessed it, and it was raised with us a number of times.
And I'll just take it on that. And I'll just add to that. They're also flying over after 11 p.m. And it's very, very noisy in that community. I mean, just for us trying to have a conversation with this invasive helicopter flying above was very disrespectful, in fact. So there needs to be some questions asked as to why are they flying over this community at all, and particularly at night when people and babies are trying to sleep.
Thank you, Senator. We'll take it on notice.
Thank you. Now, to me, I have a couple of questions. So how much of Wreck Bay is contaminated?
Senator, that's a difficult question to answer without some visual aid. What we would be happy to make available on notice is material we have on the Defence website, which is part of the management program I discussed of that monitoring program, where we can show the movement of PFAS contamination from those two bases through the waterways. We can make that available.
That'd be great. Are you on the joint board appointed by the Minister for the Environment?
We have not yet settled the membership. I will be convening an interdepartmental committee in the next 2 weeks to start the process of establishing the membership. I anticipate I will be.
Okay. And will you be looking at the contamination from Defence land across the Buderi National Park as part of that?
So as I said in my earlier comments, Chair, two things are important here. In the Defence investigation program at those 28 sites, the investigation from the 3 sites essentially for Defence in Jervis Bay, HMAS Creswell, HMAS Albatross and the Jervis Bay Range facility, the investigation program has been where we have monitored the impacts of PFAS from the site through the national park. So that work is largely done. And the remediation program that we're now implementing is how we work to prevent the impact on base. The terms of reference is to be developed, and its focus is land use. And we will be guided by Mr. Varghese' report and its findings as we shape those terms of reference to integrate health, infrastructure, defence and other parts of government in the continued responses to land use around defence sites. So we've got a bit of work to do, but we will have the capacity to continue to look at the broader impact.
Thank you, Ms Perkins. This joint board, will it have any Aboriginal people on there or anyone from Wreck Bay?
So let me just get a bit specific on the Varghese.
Ms Perkins, if you could keep it short. I just would like direct answer. I just want to know, will there be Wreck Bay people on this board or any Aboriginal people on this board? It's quite easy, yes or no.
So there'll be 2 different things. That there'll be the integrated government oversight body. That will be a government body to coordinate government responses. We will trial a community engagement starting at Williamtown, and based on how that evolves, we will then seek to roll that out at Katherine and Oakey in Queensland. At this stage, we do not have one planned for Wreck Bay. I mentioned earlier we have appointed an engagement.
Sorry, Ms Perkins. Ms Perkins.
Mm-hmm.
I, with all due respect, I know that you've got plans, but people are dying. Okay? People are dying. Children are sick. When I went into this community yesterday, they turned on the bath tap and the water was brown. So why aren't Wreck Bay going to be represented, and will you take that back as a for your department to consider or ensure that Wreck Bay are part of a decision-making process that affects their community?
Yes, and we will continue to engage with the Wreck Bay community.
Well, you know, the last time you engaged was February 23, I understand it, and you mentioned that you did 8 sessions since 2016. That's not even one a year. So I think consultation is lacking, and when we've spoken to community, they have, they're concerned about the relationship with Defence, and they don't get all the information. So it'd be great if you could work on a better relationship and put someone on the board to ensure that Wreck Bay are represented. My next question is, in 1981, Defence was warned about the escape of the firefighting foam towards homes in the community and that the use should be discontinued. In the 1990s, Defence had taken steps to stop its personnel drinking water contaminated with the chemicals over concerns about their health, your personnel. You didn't start phasing out these toxic foams until 2004. So why was no action taken to heed these warnings and phase out the foams in the 80s or 90s?
Senator, I'm aware of the history that you've described. Obviously, we have addressed that through a number of inquiries over the years. We have committed since 2015 to this detailed investigation and remediation program.
sorry, Ms. Parsons, Perkins, it's really hard to understand. If maybe you're speaking too close to the microphone. But my question was about action taken. There might be plans, there might be deadly meetings and all of the bureaucratic speak, but what action has the Defence Department done for Wreck Bay community? Actions. Things you've actually done without, having a meeting about writing a plan.
As I said, Senator, our focus since 2015 has been on the investigation and now the remediation. We're working hard at that groundwater treatment and water treatment at Jarvis Bay. The permanent water treatment solution will start construction this year, and we commit to ongoing sampling and monitoring and engagement to help community understand how that remediation work is fixing the problem and cleaning up what goes off base into the community.
Well, there's a lot of community shaking their head in this room, so it's disappointing because what you're saying and what the community's saying aren't the same. So maybe you need to sort that out through your department and some proper, respectful conversations in community, with community, and maybe you need to go and have a look at it yourself. I mean, we saw a snake dying on the beach yesterday. So this is real and people are dying, as I said. We know that firefighting training, including many Wreck Bay community members still involved in the PFAS foams in the 90s, with people sometimes being drenched in them. As you know of the warnings, why did you knowingly and intentionally put people's health and the environment at risk?
Senator, as I said earlier, I can't speak to the decisions made in the 80s and 90s, but since 2015 we have been committed to both investigation and remediation and very changed behaviour.
So you looked after your own personnel and didn't worry about the blackfellas in the community down the road? Way back then. Way back then. Is that right?
As I said, it is really a bit beyond a time frame that I really can bring any knowledge.
Could you take that on notice, please? Could you take that on notice? I'm sure the Defence Department has a lot of records that they could bring, so I'd like you to take that on notice and bring that back, please. My next question is, does Defence take responsibility for the PFAS contamination in Wreck Bay?
Yes. Look, we have been and will continue to be transparent. We acknowledge that PFAS used in the Jarvis Bay Defence sites has leached into the waterways into Jarvis Bay. As was earlier mentioned, the then Assistant Minister for Defence, Matt Thistlethwaite, apologised to the community for the contamination Defence has caused, and we remain committed to the remediation program into the future.
Great. Well, sorry means you don't do it again, and this is continuing to happen regardless of the apology. So does Defence also take responsibility for the health impacts on the Wreck Bay community caused by PFAS?
Senator, as I mentioned earlier, we rely on those parts of government who both can provide health advice and responses. And part of the government's response to the PFAS review released in December is an integrated Commonwealth engagement on these matters. The Department of Defence will stay focused and committed on remediating the sources of contamination.
So sorry, it's really a yes or no answer. Does Defence take responsibility for the health impacts on the Wreck Bay community caused by PFAS? Because PFAS come from your Defence, well, it's stolen land that you're on, but where that Defence base is, the PFAS come from them and made the community sick. So does the Defence Department take on that responsibility also?
We'll continue to work across government.
Sorry, Ms. Perkins. Sorry, Ms. Perkins. Yes or no?
Senator, as I described earlier, the consistent evidence about health effects is evolving. The PFAS.
I'll move on because you're going to talk around this, and I really don't have time, and the community don't have the time or patience to listen to that response. I'll go to the next question. Was there ever any warnings of the health impacts of using these foams, or even being drenched in them, to the community members actively involved in firefighting training at the base?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. I'll ask one more question. I'll just open it. Do you want any more questions? You got more questions? All right, I'll keep going then. The signs in Wreck Bay say that testing for PFAS is being undertaken, but not that the water is contaminated. Why is the language not more specific?
Senator, look, let me take that on notice. I know that we've worked very closely with technical experts and other parts of government to be clear on the messaging. I've got a copy of that messaging in front of me, and I think it again refers to my earlier comments about the precautionary principle. And the sign has the signs are from the Department of Infrastructure, and it has pictures that suggest not drinking, eating crabs or shellfish and swimming and so forth. So it talks to the testing and as a precaution not to use Mary Creek, for instance.
So maybe you need to talk to the community about what signs they'd like as well as part of that process.
Yes, I would agree. Will be part of engagements that we planned this early this year.
When's this plan happening?
So
we've got community in the room, just to let you know, Ms. Perkins, and you know, it's been what, decades and decades of death and destruction of this community and its land and water. So when can they expect this plan to be ready, or are they going to be part of it? Like, can you give some indication of what is going on?
Senator, Defence representatives engaged with members of the Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Council on 12 December. It is our intention to meet up again this week, as I understand, for some cultural awareness training for our people, and then to start working together on a plan through February through April, where we will come to community and engage on the PFAS management area plan and seek their feedback on that. So I hope that that is a commonly shared view, but we will ensure that the team who are doing this work are in community and engaging and communicating very regularly.
Thank you, Ms. Perkins. I've still got some more questions, but I just want to say to your response that the community in the room aren't aware of the things that you just said. So clearly there is a breakdown in communication, and there seems to be a breakdown in respect from the Defence Department if the community, including members, are sitting in front of me not knowing what you've just said.
Well, thank you for the feedback, and we'll ensure that we broaden that communication.
Thank you. I'll just pass over to Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, just two quick questions for me. In terms of what was the Defence Department's budget for PFAS firefighting foam remediation around the country? If you could just remind us what the budget allocation was, and are you able to give us kind of the granular details on how much is being spent in Jervis Bay specifically across your different sites, from Albatross through to Jervis Bay?
So the total spend from 2015 to today is around 850 million. That includes the investigation programs and now the remediation programs. I don't have a breakdown in front of me and that number, I'm sorry, does not include legal settlements. That would be a separate number. In the Shoalhaven, I don't have a number for the investigation, but for the remediation work, $11.7 million has been spent at Creswell and the Jervis Bay Range Facility, and $4.4 million has been spent at Hatchmare's Albatross. But what I would say is that they are in the early stages of the remediation. So, as I said, the permanent water treatment plant that we will start this year, that is, money still to be allocated and spent, and that will happen over the next year or two.
Okay, so thank you. So, are you able to tell us what your forecasted budget is then for getting that project to completion and finishing your remediation work?
I'll take that on notice.
Yeah, and when do you expect the remediation work to be finished? Because once again, coming back to my question earlier about closure, I'm not sure the community will ever get closure, given there's probably PFAS already, well, there is PFAS already on their land. But in terms of saying when your work's going to be finished and when you're confident you've done everything you can, that I think is a critical thing the community you should communicate with the community about. So if you could share that with the committee, that would be great.
Yes, we will.
Sorry, just my last question. The previous witness that we had, who was the independent expert appointed, Professor Nicholas Osborne, I'm sure you will agree, has provided a very balanced submission around his report. But one thing he did clarify a number of times was a recommendation to have funding for blood tests of the Wreck Bay community and others in Jervis Bay, and that I think Senator Thorpe asked what that might cost, and he said roughly off the top of his head it could be $1,000 per test. I think we've heard evidence the Assistant Minister said it could be $500 per head per test. Has Defence considered a proposal to fund blood tests, which I think may ultimately help the community better understand their level of contamination that can be monitored from being on country and living on country? Is Defence considered this, and will you consider it?
Senator, Defence has considered it at earlier points in the investigation program at a number of sites. Some limited blood testing has been undertaken by the Department of Health. Department of Defence is in a position to do that. Part of the reason that it is not currently government policy to undertake blood testing is that there is insufficient consensus on what PFAS levels in blood might mean. And so until there is a consensus around what the health indicators are, it has been a reasonable, informed view of the medical community that most of us will have PFAS in our blood. It is a very persistent chemical, but we don't know what those levels mean, and it is quite distressing, but with no way to really understand what that blood test tells us about health effects.
Mrs. Perkins, with all due respect, I accept that may be the case, but do you accept that establishing a baseline of levels in people's blood living on country that we know is contaminated, whether at this stage we can prove cause and effect with medical conditions, is still a critical thing for the community to have, especially for future. Should future research show links, but also just so that the community can monitor over time whether their exposure to this chemical is going up or going down. Don't you think that's actually in itself very important?
I have no medical training, and I would defer that question to the Department of Health.
So ask that question to the Department of Health.
Yep.
But you're aware that this issue has been raised. Has Defence referred it to the Department of Health, or are you aware have you had any correspondence you could share with the committee in relation to the Department of Health?
I don't have any correspondence, but I think both in the way I described how the government will take PFAS management forward and how we have over the last few years, there is a regular interdepartmental committee on PFAS, and these issues are routinely worked through the relevant departments. So the Department of Health has been a core and constant engager in the PFAS program over the last decade.
So you mentioned earlier in your introduction statement a working group, or I don't know what you would call it, a task force or a working group that was going to bring different stakeholders and different departments together. Are you leading that, and is this something that you would consider, that would be considered by that working group?
Yeah, the PFAS National Coordinating Body will be oversighted by the Minister for Defence Personnel and Veterans Affairs, and it will bring together, as I said, health, environment, infrastructure and defence. And we collectively will be, as I said earlier, working through the terms of reference in the coming weeks on that, but with a commitment to ongoing work and particularly ongoing and transparent sharing of clear advice on PFAS risks to communities.
Thank you, Mrs. Perkins. So just to be clear, then, Department of Defence will be overseeing this group. And the Senate's heard consistent evidence, not just from expert witnesses today, that this is a gap in our knowledge and something that's required. Community are asking for it. Will Defence show leadership on this issue in relation to this group and your strategy going forward?
Yes, Senator, and we will provide the Secretariat support to keep that group operating.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Perkins. And you might learn through cultural awareness that Aboriginal people work in a holistic sense. So, you know, we're not compartmentalised. Land is being healthy. Water is related to our health and well-being, our mental health. Going out in that water is related to our mental health. So, holistic approach, like having the Defence Department and the Health Department and any other department from a holistic sense, is what should be considered as part of what this community want, and that's closure. My other question is, and we're going to 3:45, so we've got about 9 minutes left. Other communities where Defence PFAS remediation is ongoing have been provided with alternative drinking water sources. Why not Wreck Bay?
Senator, the decisions around bottled water have been taken based on available other sources. So I mentioned earlier the water monitoring Department of Infrastructure undertakes. The Wreck Bay community has access to water sources that meet Australian drinking water guidelines. Bottled water has been provided in places where there is no drinking water at those guidelines. That is how that decision making has been worked through.
So when the new guidelines for 4 of the PFAS chemicals come into force, will an alternative source of drinking water be required?
When and as guidelines change, we will continue at every site and community to assess what is appropriate. We will commit to that.
So, as I said earlier, I've seen for myself the water that comes out of the taps at Wreck Bay. I used the bathroom and I washed my hands in water containing PFAS. I saw the bath water running brown. That clearly shows that there is something wrong. Elders are paying for bottled water from their aged care packages. Are you aware of that?
No, Senator, I was not.
You're not aware of elders paying for water from their aged care packages? Sorry?
No, Senator.
Again, consultation, you probably would have heard that if you had visited and met with Mob. Others spend hundreds of dollars a month to bring water in. The water is clearly not safe to drink. How can Defence be so in denial about this?
Senator, I think I've just referred to the Department of Infrastructure's water testing results. The last of those I've got in front of me was issued in a community bulletin on 18th of December. So they are routinely sharing with community the PFAS levels in the drinking water, and as I said, we're relying on the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines. As I said, the Department of Infrastructure is taking the lead on that, but we'll be keen to talk with community more about that.
Look, it's great that Department of Infrastructure are testing the water, but so what? They still have to bathe in it, they still have to wash in it, and they still can't drink it. So what's the point of testing it, which clearly says that there's PFAS in the water? What happens after that?
Senator, I think all I can do is refer the committee to the most recent published drinking water tests, which have the PFAS levels substantially below the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines.
Will the Defence Department give every household a water tank out of good faith? You're not talking about many houses, you're only talking about 50, 60 houses. Can you do that?
As I said earlier, at each site we've made assessments of the support Defence can provide based on, as I said, drinking water guidelines, but we will continue to review those with community as the remediation program continues.
Ms Perkins, would you drink the water at Wreck Bay?
I have, and I would, yes.
Would you bath in it?
Yes.
In dirty brown water at Wreck Bay? Ms Perkins?
I've answered the question.
Have you ever costed what connection to different mains would cost?
I don't believe we've done that work at Wreck Bay. We have done mains connections in other communities, and as I said, we'll continue to be guided with colleagues on access to other reticulated water networks.
Have you ever costed what providing rainwater tanks to every household in the community would cost?
I don't believe we have in Wreck Bay.
Would you consider doing that?
As I said, we'll continue to be guided by the drinking water guidelines and the established reticulated water networks.
And if it turns up that there's PFAS in the water, would you consider giving communities water tanks instead of elders buying water out of their own money, which isn't much?
As I said earlier, Chair, and I would refer you and community members to the monthly testing that infrastructure are both undertaking and publishing and sharing with community, which is really clear and specific on what they are measuring in the PFAS group of chemicals in drinking water.
So, thank you. Why has the PFAS specific engagement officer not engaged with the Wreck Bay community yet?
Well, as I said, I'm keen to understand that there is connection with community. My understanding is meetings occurred in November and December with community, but we will be guided by the feedback you've provided and community and elders with you there today have. As I said, my understanding is the Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Council representatives on the 12th of December met with our representatives, and there is continued planned engagement over the next couple of weeks. But you know, if the feedback is that's not the right people, we will take that on board and work harder to get to the right people.
They're representing the same people that are setting the standards of that water and then using their own standards to justify providing safe levels.
Got to ask more questions.
How is that appropriate and not conflict
Thanks, brother. Defence has settled five class actions across 11 communities adjacent to PFAS-contaminated sites. How are you assessing whether you are not just switching to alternative substances that might lead to similar contamination and environmental and health impacts to PFAS?
We've worked really hard as we've transitioned away from PFAS to do detailed analysis of alternate substances. I think the really important thing here is we use firefighting foam in extremis to put out really high temperature fires involving aircraft, ships and our people. And we will always require a capacity to put out very high temperature fires for the safety of our people. But there have been rigorous peer-reviewed testing as we've made those transitions. And we rely on the scientific evidence to support those. It is a difficult but important point to make that at all the points at which PFAS is still a class of chemicals in common use very broadly around the world. Defence used them as the military standard internationally. As we've learnt more, we've fought very hard to remove them from use and to remediate the damage that they've caused. We will undertake all the testing and rely on the standards set by the people who accredit chemicals before we accept them into use in defence.
Thank you. We've come to 3:45. Ms Perkins, thank you for appearing today. And Mr Sowry.
Sorry, can I just ask one very quick clarification question, Ms Perkins? In your answer there to Senator Thorpe, to the Chair, I wasn't clear whether the current alternative to what we were dealing with the Wreck Bay community, the original PFAS that was phased out, whether the current firefighting foam you use for high temperature fires contains PFAS. Does it contain? It doesn't contain PFAS.
No.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson. Again, thank you, Ms Perkins and Mr Sowry. We've come to the end of this session and thank you for appearing. If you have been asked to provide any material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat by Friday, 7th of February 2025. And see you at estimate.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
The hearing is now adjourned.